Blood Chapter 1. Erkin cursed as he cut his thumb on the edge of the slide. This one was empty of samples, but now it would have to be washed and sterilized before it could be used again. Akio! Erkin held up his thumb as he passed their shared workstation. I'll be right back with another slide. Gotta patch this up. Akio looked up from his microscope. Don't worry about it. I can get it myself. Thanks. Erkin avoided licking the blood off of his thumb, even though it was pooling up. Instead, he waited until he got to the bathroom and took off his rubber gloves. First, he washed the blood off, then carefully pressed down until it stopped bleeding, wiping away the excess. He then put a small dollop of first aid cream onto the cut before pasting a bandage from his desk tightly over the wound. It would be an annoyance for at least a few days still, but there wasn't much else to do. The section of the lab he worked in didn't require extreme precaution. They weren't working with viruses or anything dangerous, but having an open wound still wasn't a good idea. Besides, he didn't want to just stick on another glove and have it fill up with blood only to have to put on a bandage anyway. Thicker gloves would have prevented the accident in the first place, but would have been rather annoying for normal work. Lunch was at 2, which meant it was very dark out. Not that anyone noticed, since they were all inside in a light-controlled environment. Most of the rooms didn't have many windows to begin with, and some of them intentionally avoided outside light. Not that it made much difference on night shift. Akio and Erkin were the only ones eating lunch at the moment. There weren't that many people on night shift anyway. So, Erkin, do anything interesting lately? Erkin shook his head. Just work on my thesis, and work. That takes up most of my time. Mother keeps pestering me to come out to family birthday parties, like I have time for that. I don't have time to drive down to Fresno to meet people I don't know, even if I was awake during the day. Such is night shift life, man. Akio shook his head. Except for people who work at 24-hour stores, we basically don't exist. At least I can call my brother before work while he's at lunch. Doesn't he run some big company or something? Akio shook his head. I wouldn't call it big. He does want it to be seen that way though. A fair point. Erkin looked down at the last bite of his sandwich. Oh, right. I need more turkey. Akio shook his head. I can't believe you eat your own people. That's the country. The people are Turkish. Or, something else entirely if you speak the language. Also, I'm only like half Turkish depending on who you ask. Aren't Turkey and Armenia basically the same anyway? Erkin shook his head. I think you'll find there are many strong opinions on that topic and you'd prefer to stay far away from it. One of those things. Oh, hey, isn't it Tuesday? Tuesday was Erkin's turn to go get the coffee at Hot Beans. He didn't even drink coffee. In fact, he figured it was better to just keep a regular sleep schedule so he didn't need stimulants to pretend to be awake, but he wouldn't convince anyone else of that. Still, just because he didn't need or like coffee didn't mean he didn't appreciate some mid-shift hot chocolate. It was a short enough walk to the shop that he never bothered driving, even though it was a bit awkward to carry a couple trays of drinks with him. However, sending 2 people was too much, so whoever went just dealt with it. There were a surprising number of middle-of-the-night coffee drinkers around, enough for there to always be 2 or 3 people on shift at Hot Beans. It probably helped that it was near both a college campus and some associated research labs. As Erkin walked up, the barista smiled and waved, "Welcome back." The usual order? Erkin held out the drink order list. Well, Kathy took the night off, so one less cafe mocha. Soon enough Erkin found himself leaving the cafe with his hands full. Even so, he didn't forget to hold the door open for the woman coming in. Good evening. Hi. A moment later, he was out walking along the street. It was kind of eerie at night. It didn't help that just a few blocks away was a bad neighborhood. San Francisco generally had a fair reputation. At least, it wasn't run by mob bosses. Except maybe it was now, or maybe he just hadn't noticed when he was a little kid. Well, run by mob bosses was stretching the truth a lot. There were just a few neighborhoods that weren't as stellar as they used to be. Not that Erkin had much to worry about. Nobody was going to mug him for a few cups of coffee, especially not so near the campus. Having doors on the lab be security locked was actually more convenient when carrying back coffee, because they were also automatic. That meant he just had to brush his jacket up against the scanner to get it to register his card and open the door. Some of the guys kept their cards in their wallets, but Erkin wasn't going to jump up and press his butt against the scanner, especially not with 2 carriers full of coffee. After that it was back to the grind, dripping a few drops of chemical A or chemical B into petri dishes and then putting them on the shelf to wait a day to see if there was any effect. If they were lucky, there would be a major breakthrough and chemical C would be 10% more effective than chemical A. It wasn't like they were going to discover penicillin or anything amazing. At best, someone on day shift would get that chance, but that was also extremely unlikely. Still, night shift paid extra and the work was relevant to his studies, so Erkin didn't mind much. Blood Chapter 2. Erkin frowned as he walked toward George's Deli. It was his favorite, not because of the quality of their meats though they were excellent, but because they were open. He didn't imagine a 24-hour butcher's/deli made much more money than one with normal hours, but it saved him having to go to a supermarket if he wanted more sandwich meats. Of course, it was somewhat ironic that it was only a 24-hour shop now that George was dead and there was a new owner. He liked this place, and that was why he was concerned to see a red-headed woman standing outside sweeping up glass. The light from inside streamed out the window, lighting up her figure. As he approached, he could see the large front windows that covered most of the rather narrow shop were shattered. "What happened here, Rosa?" Erkin scratched his head as he walked up. "Ah," the woman looked up toward him and smiled. It was the kind of smile that made his heart flutter and, well, he wouldn't think about more than that since she was Justin's girl. "Some of Marconi's thugs came and smashed it up." Erkin hissed, "Sorry to hear that." Marconi was a local crime boss. Not that Erkin knew much more than that, just that messing with him wasn't a good plan. Of course, even if a random dude like him knew Marconi was a crime boss, he kept his own hands clean enough that the police couldn't or wouldn't do anything. Rosa gestured toward the building. "We're still open, go on in." She went back to sweeping, and Erkin tore his gaze away to step inside. "Hey, if it isn't my favorite nighttime customer." Though the voice was friendly, it wasn't exactly enthusiastic. Of course, Justin never was. The butcher stood behind the counter sporting the expected apron and cleaver. Without those, he would look just like any other guy walking down the street. Not chubby or bald or anything else one might think about butchers. Do you even get anyone else? You'd be surprised. Why, I just had 2 fellows here a couple hours ago. Of course, they just smashed up my windows instead of buying anything, so there haven't been as many real customers. Shame they probably won't go to prison. Justin twisted his head and pursed his lips, as if to spit, but he just shook his head. "But you're not here to hear about that. What do you want?" "The usual." "The usual," he says. Justin shook his head. "The usual," he says. "A handful of sandwich meat and some bacon for breakfast." "Never a whole steak or anything," Justin said sadly. Erkin just watched as he gathered up a few types of sliced meats. Justin always told him he should get steaks, or whole chickens, or ribs, or any number of other things. Erkin supposed they would probably be good, but he didn't have the time or the will to cook such things for just himself. Justin plopped down a bag on the counter, then started working the register. Erkin noticed something conspicuous sticking out. I didn't ask for any sausage." Justin waved his hand, the butcher's gauntlet's little links clinking together. "It's good. Cut it up and eat it on crackers or something." "Don't worry, it's on the house." Okay, but," Erkin looked toward the front windows where a few lone shards of glass still stood straight. "Can you afford to give stuff away?" He didn't want to turn down free sausages. Justin often threw in extras, but the circumstances weren't as normal. "Don't worry about it. I'll just sell someone an aged steak or something." Justin licked his lips as he looked toward the back for a moment. "The window's not your problem. Just be careful on the way home. Can't afford to have someone mug you for some tasty meat." Birkin grinned, though the situation wasn't quite as humorous as he would like. His walk home was made about twice as long by avoiding shady alleyways. In this part of town, especially at night, it was best to watch where one went. It wasn't just Marconi's men either. He would have liked to live in a better part of town, but he couldn't afford to, and he would still have to come by for work anyway. It hadn't been nearly so bad a few years ago, and changing schools so far into his doctorate studies could set him back months or a year. Birkin's phone rang just before he was about to head out the door Friday evening. "Hello? Hey honey." It was his mother. "Are you busy tomorrow?" "Not really." Birkin immediately regretted saying that, but it was too late to change it. "Great. There's a party tomorrow. You know I don't like to throw off my schedule. It starts at 6, and it's just across the bay. I'm sure you can make it without too much trouble." "Well, I usually go to church then." That was a lie. He sometimes went to church. Maybe slightly more than every other week. "Just go Sunday. I know your church has Sunday night services too." Of course she knew that. She knew everything. Birkin sighed. "What sort of party?" "The kind where you get out and meet people. It's just some friends of the family. You can't spend all your time in a lab, you know." Birkin might have argued that he pretty much had to. It was his job after all, and beyond that related to doctorate work. He didn't spend every weekend at the lab, but there were a lot of them he went for at least half a day or night, really. Still, he knew that he probably needed to see people and talk to them outside of work like most mentally stable people did. People at the coffee shop and Justin probably didn't count as real socialization either. "Sure. I guess I'll show up for a while at least." "What time did you say it starts?" 6 p.m., the address is. Blood Chapter 3. Birkin arrived at the house in the quiet suburban neighborhood just before 6 p.m. He had expected to be a bit late, but traffic was against him. Most of it went into San Francisco on Saturday night. Thus, he arrived slightly early. He knocked on the door. "Oh. You must be Erkin," said the kindly woman who opened the door. Come in, come in." "Thank you." "Mrs. Newman, I presume? Are my parents here yet?" Erkin shook his head. "Oh right. I forgot. Of course they aren't. They're running on Armenian time." Mrs. Newman smiled. That always seems to be the case. Birkin had some chips while he waited for people to show up. There was no point in going to a party if you didn't eat the food. That was what they were all about. On a related note, he couldn't afford to go to parties too often if he wanted to keep intact any sort of figure that wasn't round. A few more couples the age of Erkin's parents showed up, along with some younger ones. Along with some of the parents came some young women. Birkin could guess his mother's reason for inviting him to this specific party. Then his parents finally showed up, carrying more food than was necessary, especially since there was already enough food to feed a small army. Well, not that Erkin would mind having some pilaf. His mother came to find him shortly after she arrived. "So, how's the party?" "It's fine." He supposed it was nice to talk to some different people occasionally. He just wasn't sure if it was worth getting up early for. Sadly, nobody planned parties for 7 a.m., which would be a nice evening time for him. "Did you meet Angela and Catherine?" Birkin shrugged. He didn't really have anything against them. They were nice enough, but he wasn't really looking for a girlfriend at the moment. For one thing, there wasn't really any way it would work out if they only interacted once a week, and probably with at least one of them being sleep-deprived. His mother looked slightly disappointed, but didn't say anything more. Birkin didn't think he would ever be able to stop her from trying to set him up with someone, but at least she didn't react poorly when he wasn't interested. Birkin's father found him soon afterwards. "How's work?" "Normal." Birkin shrugged. "Maybe I could change my doctorate to a study on the nocturnal lifestyle of microorganisms." "Does it make any difference on that level?" "Not to most things, and there's enough artificial light. It's not really a feasible experiment anyway." Tuesday was the same as any other Tuesday. Work, lunch in the middle of the night, and a coffee run. Tuesday was his day, after all. welcome back. Oh, thanks, Erkin couldn't remember the name of the particular barista in front of him. Looking at her name tag was cheating, of course. Savina. Actually, I'm new, but I saw you leaving when I came in for my interview. Oh yeah, right. No wonder she looked familiar. At least he hadn't forgotten, really. Not her, anyway. Just her name. After work, Erkin needed to visit the deli. He might as well make it part of his regular schedule, since he only bought a week's worth of sandwich meat at once. He arrived at George's, only to find the front window boarded up, and a big closed sign hanging on it. Well, crap. He was about to turn around and leave when a large man stepped out of the shop, carrying something that looked big enough to be a whole cow hindquarter. He nodded to Erkin as he turned the other way down the street. Erkin saw lights on inside, so he tried the handle. Finding it open, he poked his head in. The sign says closed, but... Hey, come in. Justin called from behind the counter, don't mind the sign. So are you actually open or? Erkin stepped inside. Yeah, the sign's there because after the windows got all smashed up it was just easier. Won't you lose a lot of business that way? Will I? Justin raised an eyebrow, haven't missed a single regular customer all week. How does this place stay in business? Good meats and cheeses. Justin slapped a bag down on the counter, the usual, right? Yeah. Erkin waited while Justin rang him up. You seem relatively unperturbed by what happened. Are you kidding? I'm furious. Justin's face twisted into a grimace. I'd strangle those guys if I could get away with it. But still, business must go on. The cops can't do anything? Can't, won't, little of A, little of B. Justin shrugged. Well, if they come back here and take a single step inside they might regret it. At that moment, Justin was using his cleaver to chop something into hunks. Well, good luck with your business. Thanks. See you next week. Justin waved cheerily. As Erkin moved to open the door, it was ripped out of his hands by someone at the door who rushed past him, seeming to not see him. Justin. You got any age stakes? The door thudded closed behind Erkin. He wasn't sure why anyone would be so eager to get inside. There wasn't even a line, but at least Justin had business. He was nice, and Erkin didn't want to have to find somewhere else to go. Akio sighed. Ugh, it's Wednesday. That means I'm the one who has to do the coffee run. It's fine, I'll go, Erkin volunteered. Look, I appreciate the offer, but we gotta keep things fair around here. I still have to do my part. No really, I don't mind. I'll go. Weren't you one of the biggest proponents of each person going once per week? What changed about that? Nothing, Erkin said while avoiding looking at Akio. Akio narrowed his eyes. Is this about that new barista that showed up last week? No, Erkin lied with a straight face. Really? Because I don't mind letting you do the coffee run, but I don't want to take advantage of you. Don't worry about it. Erkin shook his head. I just want to get out of the lab. Well, far be it from me to look a gift horse in the mouth. Good luck, man. Bye. Blood Chapter 4. Erkin headed to eat lunch. He considered making something besides sandwiches, but really besides the rather lackluster bread it was something he could eat every day. He saw Akio as he stepped into the break room. Hey man, did you see the news? Akio asked as he pointed to his phone. Do I look like someone who sees the news? Erkin asked. What is it? Some guy got his throat ripped out. So it's a murder? There are like 3 per week. On average. It used to be a third of that. Akio shook his head. Anyway, it wasn't like he was just stabbed or something. It was like his throat was ripped out by a wolf, or a bear. Or a dog. There are some big dogs. Erkin shrugged. Anyway, who said what type of animal it was? Akio scrolled his thumb across his phone. That part seems to be reporter speculation. Though you could look at the pictures yourself if you aren't squeamish. Though it's hard to see much through all the blood. Fine, I'll look. Erkin took hold of the phone, rotating it to get the correct orientation. Wow, can they even publish this on their site? It's not illegal and came with significant warnings. Most people wouldn't want to see that. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at here. Birkin shook his head, but I wouldn't say animal. Everything else is too clean. What do you mean? Well, normally a wolf or bear would maul someone, right? Birkin tilted his head, or maybe not. Either way, there's no damage to anything but the throat there. Or, that half-neck. Yeah man, I don't know. Akio took his phone back. Actually, that might make more sense if it was some weird weapon. See, this guy worked for Marconi. More speculation. It's pretty likely. I mean, who else wears such a nice suit before getting murdered? Someone coming back from a party who walked down the wrong alley. How much you want to bet his wallet's gone? We'll see. Just gotta wait for the actual police report. Sure. In an alleyway, next to a bloody crime scene. So, what do you think, Simmons? I think you should have set up a perimeter earlier to stop reporters from crawling all over the scene. Hey, said the other cop, we can only move as fast as we receive the report. It's still uncontaminated, right? You'd better hope so, Simmons said as he crouched down near the body. Wounds? Well, there's the neck, clearly. Right. What about these? Simmons pointed to spots of blood near each shoulder. Blood splatter? It covers his whole chest. No, Simmons carefully pulled at the jacket. Puncture wounds. What does that mean? It means he got stabbed. I know what puncture means, the other officer shook his head. What do the wounds mean? Simmons shrugged. It means he got stabbed. In both shoulders. The wounds aren't deep though. Not much blood. Simmons lifted one shoulder of the body, then the other. More of the same. Any weapons? Nothing left at the crime scene. A small trail of blood going off that way might have been the murderer, but it doesn't lead far. No prints or anything. Fine. Send me the coroner's report when they're done. I especially want to know what they think could bite off half a neck all at once. Isn't that your job? It's their job too. It's good to have multiple opinions. As long as the opinions are from someone smart. Simmons stood up and walked away. Tell me if you find anything else. Birkin had never really seen a line at George's. Thus, two people being in front of him was out of the ordinary. He sort of stood there in a daze, though for other reasons. He sighed. What's wrong, kid? The words could have come from Justin. He spoke like that, but the voice was silky smooth and sweet instead of harsh and gravelly. Birkin turned to see Rosa. Kid? Are you even older than me? Rosa grinned. It's all about the cosmetics. A touch here and there makes all the difference. Now then, girl troubles? Not really. Birkin shook his head. Oh, it's that bad, is it? Rosa tilted Birkin's head up with her index finger. Let me just say this. Half of all a man's troubles are about women. And sometimes half of the other half. Trust me, we work real hard to make it that way. Birkin leaned back and narrowed his eyes. What? Don't worry about it. Most of our problems are about men, so it evens out. Anyone who says otherwise is lying or confused. So, who is she? I don't know who you're talking about. Rosa shook her head. It's that bad, huh? It would be a shame if you missed your chance. Rosa leaned in close and whispered in his ear, her lips almost brushing against him. Just think about it, all right? Birkin just stood in a daze and nodded. Okay. Birkin sat up in bed, suddenly wide awake. That dream, he sighed. What am I, a teenager? He shook his head. Though he felt wide awake, his thoughts were also fuzzy. Maybe they'd been that way for weeks. He hadn't really done much to change his routine in years. Maybe he needed to. He was just coasting through life on autopilot. He supposed going on more coffee runs didn't count, since he was just doing that to clear his head and it didn't even help. Besides, another 15 or 20 minutes a couple days a week wasn't a change. Maybe he should quit his job. That would be stupid, really. It paid well and he needed the lab to finish his PhD. He didn't dislike his job either. However, he really wasn't doing anything but work either. At home, he worked on his PhD, the writing parts anyway. There was a whole lot of writing involved. Yet Erkin couldn't even keep his thoughts about muddled thoughts straight. Maybe he just needed a vacation. Yeah, that was it. Unfortunately, he was on a weird sleep schedule. If he changed it for vacation, he would probably be useless for the whole vacation and a week afterwards. Maybe he would just stay home and sleep. He already did enough of that, but he'd figure out something to do. It wasn't like he could start vacation the next day anyway. He had to schedule it in advance, maybe next week, though. Blood Chapter 5. The walls of the lab were white. They were always white, and it was so boring. Of course, being white meant any time they got dirty at all it was immediately obvious. Not that Erkin would have noticed at the moment. He was staring at the wall just because it happened to be in front of him. He didn't even see the wall, but just whatever he was thinking about at the moment, if it could even be visually represented. For example, he could picture the beaches he might go to on vacation, and then picture them once again in the dark, at night. There was nothing wrong with nighttime beaches, but also nothing right about them. What Erkin couldn't picture was why he would need to go to a beach. It wasn't a physical thing, and frankly, he also didn't need to. That didn't mean he didn't need something, but it wasn't a vacation. It wasn't that he didn't have time off. He took weekends off like normal people. The real issue was that, while he wasn't necessarily overworked, he also didn't really do much in the way of leisure activities. Sure, he browsed the internet and watched shows, but those were just ways to waste time. He wasn't really that invested in any of it. Maybe he needed to. Erkin Kasabian. Erkin only took note of Akio once he actually poked him in the head. What? Is break time over already? Are you okay, man? Akio gestured toward his face. I'm fine. Erkin also touched his face, and found his hand came away sticky. Oh. Should I call an ambulance? That's a lot of blood. Erkin looked around the break room, snatching up the nearest napkin. He pressed it up against his face then pulled it away to look at it. Nah. It's not that bad. Are you kidding? You've been staring off into space almost catatonic, bleeding from your nose. How is that not that bad? Especially since you have hemophilia. That's why it's not that bad. This is pretty common, and it's not too much blood. I just didn't notice. Erkin walked over to the sink and wet a paper towel, wiping off his face. Then he took another paper towel and stuffed some bits of it into his nose. Are you sure you aren't about to pass out? Erkin tilted his head to the left and the right. Nope, this is fine. I was just thinking. About what? It must have been pretty serious. Family problems? The deep mystery of the universe? Women? What? One of those, doesn't really seem that serious. Akio narrowed his eyes. I thought you cared about family. The other thing. The universe is dash. You knew what I meant, Erkin rolled his eyes. So women aren't a serious issue in your life? No. Men, then? That's not what I meant either. I know. Akio nodded. Then what would you say if I mentioned it was about time for the coffee run? Apparently, the answer to that question was that Erkin would say he was going. Akio gave him a bad time for that, but Erkin was out the door before he could even really think about what he was doing. In fact, he didn't really register what he was doing until he found himself at the front of the line looking down at the drink order list. He wouldn't have needed it, but some people didn't get the same thing every time. He read off the order and got rang up. So, where are you going to ask her out? One of the usual baristas, Kate, asked. What? Who? Savina, obviously. Unless you just randomly started showing up every day she had a shift and leaving the other couple of days to your lab buddies? Well... Oh, hi Erkin, The black-haired Savina came out of the back room. "What's up?" "Oh, not much." Birkin shrugged. "I was just talking with Kate and she said I should ask you out." "So you want to go out sometime?" Savina blinked. Sure. What did you have in mind?" "I figured we might want to discuss that, given our schedules might not completely coincide. Why don't we exchange numbers?" Birkin found himself outside the door of Hot Beans, holding 2 coffee carriers. He just stared at them, and at his hands. Or rather, the fact that his hands were full. He still had paper towel in his nose, and he wanted to throw it in the trash, but it was a bit late to be embarrassed about that. He hadn't even remembered it, or even considered that something might go wrong. He had just been so full of confidence upon seeing her that there was only one thing he could do. It had worked, though. She'd sent him a text to confirm there were no mistakes in their numbers, the coffee order was finished, and he was out the door. He almost wanted to take out his phone to check, once again. However, he still didn't have any free hands. The easiest solution to that problem was to put something down, but there wasn't a good spot for that until he got back to the lab. So he started walking. His route back to the lab was pretty practiced. Besides a couple years of walking it once a week, the past few weeks it had been 3 times per week. There were only a few turns on major streets. Then he heard a scream. At 2 in the morning, any loud sound was startling, much more a scream like that, short as it was. So, of course, Birkin walked toward it. It didn't make any sense, but he couldn't stop his body, and it was only a few steps to see around the next corner. Then he saw it. A person, no, a body. People had heads. In a way, it could be said that this body had a head, but only in the same way that someone would say a pile of beef was a cow. If he looked carefully he could make out all of the parts that had probably worked together to be a head at one point. Birkin was used to blood, and he wasn't squeamish with gore in movies. However, seeing it in person was different. He managed to keep down his lunch, but he couldn't control himself enough to keep from dropping all of the coffees. They puddled together on the ground, but now Birkin's hands were free. As he opened his phone he briefly registered the open, text, then proceeded to call 911. Blood Chapter 6. Within a couple minutes after the call, a police cruiser pulled up. Birkin was surprised, not at its speedy arrival but because he hadn't heard it coming. He'd expected a siren, but since there was no longer a crime in progress, perhaps it didn't matter. An officer stepped out of the cruiser, glancing over the body and toward Birkin. "Can you tell me what happened here?" I heard a scream. I was around the corner over there." Birkin pointed. "Then I came around and saw this." Birkin waved his hand. "I dropped the coffees I was carrying." Birkin was still standing in the puddle of coffees and a single hot chocolate. He hadn't moved a single step. "Did you see anyone else?" Birkin shook his head. Soon enough more cruisers showed up. Apparently, a murder scene warranted more than just one pair of officers. They asked Birkin to come back to the station to give statements, and he said the same things. It didn't seem like there was much point except the statements would be official. They asked him more questions, but he didn't really have any more details. Birkin didn't go back to work that night. He texted Akio and the shift manager. They would understand and could explain why the coffees wouldn't be arriving. People could live without coffee for one night, anyway. Or maybe not, in which case they could go get it themselves. Birkin didn't care which. He couldn't help but think back to the scene. It hadn't traumatized him, at least, the violence, blood and gore hadn't. It was just the idea that such things happened. Murders happen every day, but seeing one was another thing. It wasn't the thought that it was happening that scared him, but that it might happen to him. Not that he thought anyone would have a reason to crush his head, but maybe someone who crushed people's heads didn't need a reason. The worst part about it was he couldn't just go to sleep. He just wasn't tired yet. Even after dealing with the police and spending an hour laying on his bed, it was still only a bit after 4 a.m. That was still 3 hours before the earliest he ever went to bed. That reminded him he didn't ever really do anything but work and waste time. However, all methods of wasting time at the moment weren't appealing, and he had no interest in working on his thesis at the moment either. He glanced over at his phone. He'd forgotten about what had happened just before that. He opened up his phone, seeing a single text. Carrot, he hadn't even added a contact for Savina yet. He almost couldn't believe he had asked her out. They barely even knew each other, which he supposed was the whole point. It didn't have to be a big thing. It wasn't like a date would make them married, no matter how much his mother might want it. Actually, if he was interested in marriage, that would still be a good reason to take things one step at a time, with how many divorces there were. None of that mattered though. They would just go do something fun, whatever that was. What could they even do at night? He supposed early evening would be fine. Most things would still be open from 7 to 10. That presumed she was awake at that time, but they could have different schedules. All he knew is they were both up around 2. Then he remembered he could ask. Hey, it's Erkin. What times are you available in general? I'm usually up from about 7 p.m. to 10 a.m. Now all he had to do was wait for a response. She could still be in the middle of work, or she could be home asleep. He didn't want to wake her up, but if she was asleep he hoped her phone was on silent. He didn't have to worry though, because he got a response fairly quickly. About the same for me. That's how night shift life goes. I have weekends free. Sat/sun and sun/mon nights. Cool, same here. Do you like movies? Or, what kind? Inviting someone out with a surprise plan was all well and good, but inviting someone to something that both people were likely to enjoy was a better idea. Erkin didn't like surprises that much. Especially if they were bodies in the middle of the street. They exchanged messages back and forth for a while. They had a number of things in common, but Erkin had already expected that from her laughing at some of his jokes. Though maybe some of them were just polite laughs. He wasn't always funny. So what are you up to? Shouldn't you be at work now? Skipped out. Oh yeah, why? Saw murder. What? Well, a murder scene. Some guy got his head crushed. Sorry, maybe that's too much info. Nah, it's fine. Are you okay? Yeah. Just didn't feel like going back to work. Are you not at work now? I am, but nobody's around right now. No work to do in the back either. The conversation continued for a while. Eventually, they set up a date, a couple days later. While before their regular work was a better time for things to be open, that meant getting up much earlier. It was easier to get up around regular time and go out for breakfast and a movie. It was a very standard sort of date, but that was all there could be to it. While they might squeeze in a date before closing time somewhere else, it was better to be relaxed on the first date. After their conversation was over, Erkin was just tired enough to go to sleep. That meant he might wake up early, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, soon enough he found that he needed the extra time. His dreams were filled with visions of being chased down by some giant head-crushing monster. The sad part was the monster wasn't even the threat, because he always ended up getting hit by a car or getting cancer. In the end, the dreams were more upsetting than frightening. Blood Chapter 7. Sometimes, Erkin thought about things too much. Like, why he was going on a date with Savina. However, once he thought about it he couldn't help but come up with an actual reason for his actions. First, she was cute. Second, they shared schedules. Thirdly, she laughed at some of his jokes. Fourth, she was at least somewhat interested in him as well. All of those were just surface-level reasons, however. The bigger reasons were because he was lonely and wanted things to change. Were any of those reasons bad? No. He just wondered how he hadn't realized how things were sooner. Maybe it was just that everything had become so routine. Even just the slightest change had made him think about things more. Erkin picked up Savina at her apartment and they drove to a nearby place for breakfast. Finding breakfast at dinner time wasn't hard. There were at least a half-dozen restaurants catered to all-day breakfast, both chains and independent places. They could have just had normal dinner, but it was easier to eat something mild shortly after waking up. "Those waffles look good," Savina commented. "They are." Birkin nodded. "Want to try a bite?" He offered his plate. She cut off a bite. "It is good." "So, you work at a lab doing what, exactly?" "That's a good question. I'll let you know if I ever find out the answer." Birkin grinned. "Mostly we watch how various bacteria react to different medicines and stuff. Things on that scale, anyway. Lots of microscopes, and waiting." "So what about you?" "Well, working as a barista isn't exactly my dream job. I actually have a math degree, but there aren't exactly an abundance of jobs around for that. Unless I want to be an accountant or something, but that's rather different." "What about teaching?" Savina shook her head. "Not really interested. I'm actually most interested in research into geometry and stuff. I like seeing visual representations of things." Birkin scratched his chin. "We do have a math department, but I don't know if they have any open positions." "Well, I can check later." "So, do you have any family in the area?" "My family, parents and a little brother, plus one of my uncles and his family. My little brother just finished a degree in business." "Oh yeah? I hope that's good for him. I'm not good at dealing with that kind of stuff." "He's pretty decent with people." "So what about you? Any family?" "Oh, yeah. My parents, like a dozen cousins, and about 1 billion others that are vaguely related. I'm Armenian, so my parents keep careful track of that sort of thing, though personally I barely even recognize half of them." "No siblings?" Birkin shook his head. "Nah, it didn't work out. My parents wanted more, but after me it never happened." "Ah, that's too bad. Without siblings there's nobody around to pick on." "I had cousins. Movies had both pros and cons for dates. The pros were that you got to be close to your date. In a way, there only being a single armrest between each seat became a benefit instead of a detriment. However, other interaction was limited. Talking could ruin the movie for others around, but that only applied when there were other people in the theater. Technically there were, but since they were in an entirely different section, and only a few people. So unrealistic, Savina shook her head. "It's superheroes, what do you expect?" "I expect realistic superheroes. It doesn't matter how strong you are, nobody can hold up a building. The building itself would give out." "A good point. What about cars?" "Sometimes they get that right. I mean, they're strong enough to be pulled along by a hook, so there are some single points where you can hold up the whole thing." "I guess so." Birkin nodded. "At least there aren't any diseases with instantly effective vaccines which don't help if you already have something or research on anything being finished in a day." At the end of the night, Birkin had very much enjoyed himself. It wasn't any sort of magical experience, but he couldn't really expect more from dinner and a movie. It wasn't a trip to Paris or a visit to the Grand Canyon or anything. He'd been standing talking to Savina outside her apartment building for a handful of minutes. "Well," she said, "I should get going. I still have errands to do tonight." She leaned in and kissed Birkin on the cheek. "See you again soon." She scurried off before he could do anything, but if that wasn't a hint that he should ask for another date, he didn't know anything about women. And if it was, maybe it was the only thing he knew, but one thing was better than nothing. "So?" Akio asked. "How was it?" "How was what?" Birkin tilted his head. "The sample is still pretty much the same." "The date, idiot." "Oh." Birkin nodded. "It was good." "Is that it?" "What did you want me to say?" "That it completely changed my life forever. We went to breakfast and a movie, and we're going on another date next weekend." "TCH. How boring." "Your story, at least." "Well, there's not much to say about it. It's not like we stumbled across a murder site." "Hey Justin," Birkin stood in front of the counter, "why is this place still called George's? Is it out of respect for the former owner? Worried about losing business if you change?" Justin shrugged. He was a great guy, but honestly I hadn't even thought about it. You think I should change the name? Either that or change your name to George, Erkin grinned. The bell on the door behind him jingled. Hey, welcome. Justin nodded. The usual? Yeah, I used up more than normal. Erkin recognized a voice and turned around. Savina? What are you doing here? The same thing as you, I bet, Savina smiled. I guess that's an obvious answer. This is the best place open at this time. Hey! Justin yelled from the back, this is the best place, period. Right, sorry, Erkin shook his head, this is the best place around, period. And it also happens to be open. It was somewhat strange seeing Savina unexpectedly in a new context, but they both lived nearby, so it made sense. I'd love to stay and chat, but I have to get home. Savina smiled. Yeah, I get that. See you Saturday, okay? Sure thing. Erkin waved as he pulled open the door, 8 o'clock sharp. Seeing people he liked, both Justin and Savina, put Erkin in a good mood. That was why he was still smiling when he stepped around the corner and got shot in the chest. Blood Chapter 8. The first shot was loud enough that the following shots seemed quieter. It could have been his ears being damaged or just the sensory overload. Erkin felt like he had been punched in the chest. He reached down, and almost didn't believe it when his hand came away bloody. He found himself sliding down to his knees and then to the ground on his back. Everything was blurry and the passage of time was unclear. All he knew is that Savina's face appeared. She rested her hand on his chest. Maybe she was trying to say something, but he couldn't hear it or make it out from her mouth movements. He only barely recognized when he was moved because her face was replaced with someone else's, and there were suddenly more lights. There was a lot of uncomfortable shaking, then the scene above him moved once again. Then everything went blank. You two are, the hospital receptionist asked. Vardan and Siren Kasabian. We're Erkin's parents. One moment please. The receptionist typed into the computer in front of him. How do you spell that? Kasabian. I see. It seems he is still in surgery. How is he? The last report indicates the condition was serious, but life signs are stable. Can you tell us what happened? The receptionist nodded. The report says the patient was shot multiple times in the chest, and found on the scene by his girlfriend who was nearby. She made the call and stayed with him until the ambulance arrived. Siren turned to Vardan. He has a girlfriend? Vardan patted his wife on the shoulder. I don't think that's the important thing at the moment. He turned to the receptionist. Do you know when we'll be able to see him? The receptionist shook his head. Surgery is ongoing. It could be finished soon or take a few hours depending on the damage to tissues. Vardan nodded. All right. We'll wait for any updates. He held his wife by the arm. Let's go sit down. Dr. Sherry Cuevas looked down at the patient. Every sore of surgery was bloody and red. That was why they took special precautions to help their vision stay able to focus after seeing so much of one color. However, this one was particularly bloody. The patient had hemophilia and 7 bullet wounds, and he was bleeding profusely. They had blood ready for a transfusion the moment his vital signs dropped. However, they were holding steady, as much as could be expected in the current situation anyway. Each bullet had to be removed. Normally they might have been left behind, but in this particular case every bit needed to be stitched up to prevent bleeding. It was fortunate that no major arteries or veins had been damaged, but there were still similar amounts of blood. Or at least, it looked like it. It wasn't going to be a short surgery. When Erkin woke up, everything was bright. He also found he couldn't move or see very well. That made sense, because of the anesthetic he must have been given. As it started to fade out, his hearing came into focus, as well as the image of his parents above him. He smiled at them slightly. Erkin! His mother reached out toward him but didn't touch him. We were so worried. He nodded slightly. It made him a bit nauseous to do so. Perhaps he would avoid moving much, so he tried to maintain a pleasant smile. It was hard. Partly because he didn't feel good, and partly because his body just wanted to do nothing at all. Erkin could see that the brightness didn't come from artificial lights but instead from the actual sun outside. It had been some time since he'd seen noon. He often saw sunrise and or sunset, but the noon sun was right during his normal sleep schedule. Actually, he still felt tired. Now that the anesthesia was wearing off, perhaps he would fall back into natural sleep. Erkin's parents stayed around for most of the day, but he finally convinced them to go home around dinner time. It wouldn't do him any good for his parents to stay longer. They needed to go get real food and sleep themselves. Besides, they could come visit the next day. Then maybe he would be awake for some of it. Shortly after his parents left, Savina showed up. "Hello." She smiled. "How are you doing?" "I would have come sooner, but they wouldn't let me ride in the ambulance, and I couldn't really get much information since I'm not family." Erkin smiled. At least his face worked better now. "That's okay, I was asleep most of the time anyway. It's nice to have you come." "Of course. I couldn't just not come." She sighed. "I have no idea how this could happen." "Do you know why? Why anyone would want to shoot me?" Erkin shook his head. "No idea. It wasn't even a robbery or anything." "Yeah," Savina scratched the side of her cheek, "I can't imagine you have any enemies or anything. Maybe things have just gotten that bad around here." "Ah, I probably shouldn't make you talk much." Erkin nodded. "Yeah, it's not great." He held up his phone. "I can text though. I can help keep you busy, if you're still awake at your normal times. They're going to kick me out of here soon though. There's no love for night shift people." Erkin nodded again. "That's pretty normal." Akio visited before he went off to work, and Savina texted with Erkin throughout the night. In the morning, Erkin's parents visited again, and so it went for a few days. Then Erkin received an unexpected visit. A grizzled man walked into the room. "I'm Detective Simmons. Mind if I ask you a few questions?" Sure. I guess. I don't really have much to say." "We'll see about that. I'll try to keep the questions simple. Yes or no, so you don't have to talk much. Let's start with this. Do you recognize this man?" Simmons pulled out a photo, instead of pulling it up on his phone like a normal person. Erkin looked at it. "Well, maybe. It was dark, but it looks like the man who shot me." "Did you know him before that?" Erkin shook his head. "No, I'd never seen him." "Why?" "He's dead. In a manner reminiscent of several other deaths in the area recently." Blood Chapter 9. "Am I a suspect?" Erkin asked. "Are you kidding? You've been in the hospital for the last few days. Unless you can get up and tear people apart, I'd say you're off the hook." Detective Simmons narrowed his eyes in an exaggerated fashion. "Unless you have something about that you'd like to share?" No? Detective Simmons nodded. "On a more serious note, you might be a lead. Even if you don't know anything, it's still worth a try. Now then, was there anything that stands out to you about the man who shot you?" "Not really." He looked. Erkin took a slow breath. "Pretty much like that photo." "In what way?" Simmons held a pencil ready on a notepad. Erkin shrugged. "Same face. Same sort of clothes." Erkin paused. "Too fancy for a regular thug." Simmons scribbled on his notes. "Interesting. What about this?" Simmons pulled out a little baggie and held it up. "A bullet?" Erkin shrugged, then grimaced. "Know much about bullets?" "Not really." Erkin shook his head. "They're lead, right? That one looks like steel though. Usually they're lead with a copper casing. It's cheap and effective." Simmons shrugged and put away the bullet. "That's one of the ones he shot you with." Well, sorry I couldn't help much." "Don't be. Just rest. I already had you talking too much. Isn't that leading the witness, Simmons? We're not in a courthouse." "We won't be, either. Guy's dead. Unless he shops in the same clothing store and goes to the same ammo supplier." Detective Simmons raised an eyebrow at the other officer. Tell me, who sells silver bullets, and for what? The officer shrugged. Hobby stores? Good for hunting werewolves, I guess. Werewolves, Simmons scratched his chin. Werewolves, huh? Same store that takes mail to Santa and the Tooth Fairy, I hear. The officer grinned. Very funny. Werewolves though. What, do you believe in werewolves now, Simmons? Simmons shrugged. Dunno. I'd ask the body, but he can't talk. He'd need to be alive for that, and to have something below the neck. You're still doing the night shift thing, right? Even at the hospital? Kinda. Food still operates on a schedule for daytime weirdos. I mostly nap in between there. I'd like to keep some sort of schedule, but it'll be hard to do for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Slightly frowning face. They had to do a lot of poking around inside there. I have hemophilia, so they had to be careful. Tons of stitches. Man, that sucks. Getting shot sucks. I don't recommend it. Noted. Thanks for calling the ambulance. A few more minutes and I would have probably died. Just me, lying in a huge puddle of blood. That's morbid. Just being realistic. I bleed a lot. So, after I get out of here, want to go on another date? Sure. Carrot, carrot. What do you want to do? Anything that doesn't involve guns. Especially not if they're being shot at me. Darn. There go all my good ideas. Erkin appreciated having good insurance. It meant he didn't have to worry so much about things. Instead, he could just sit and work on his thesis. Or whatever else he felt like. It made him realize how little he actually did. Being in bed made everything seem more difficult and boring. Erkin almost appreciated when he had to get out of bed and walk around. It was sort of painful, but not when he did it right. His legs needed to move, and after the first few days so did his upper body. Stretching was painful, but he needed to do it, to a certain limit. Otherwise he would be near useless when he finally got out of the hospital. Though his work wasn't physically straining, if it hurt any time he lifted an arm to get something from a cabinet he wouldn't appreciate it. Stretching the right amounts during recovery would help him heal faster and more thoroughly. That was what the doctors said, and since that was actually their job, Erkin figured they knew what they were doing. While he was sitting around in the hospital, Erkin decided to look up self-defense classes. He wasn't surprised that he didn't find any in the middle of the night on weekends. There were a few at night, but that would either be in the middle of work or involve getting up early. There were a few that could work in the early morning as well. Those might be better. Of course, Erkin didn't expect self-defense classes of any sort would have helped any in his particular situation. He'd just been shot basically out of nowhere. No warning, no attempt to get anything from him. However, that was a very unlikely situation. It just made him realize how dangerous things were, and he wanted to be prepared for something more regular. The police investigation was still ongoing. They still didn't have a motive, and the only suspect was dead. Erkin was pretty sure the attacker was the one Detective Simmons had shown him the photo of, but it was possible he was just associating that photo with the memory. Brains were weird like that. At least it made him feel better about the whole situation. Erkin wasn't normally the type to wish people were dead, but he also didn't normally have anyone try to kill him. Erkin, his mother came to visit pretty much every day, even though he'd prefer to be sleeping when she visited. You must tell us about this girlfriend of yours. Erkin shook his head. We've only been on one date. She just happened to be nearby when I got shot. Apparently we go to the same deli. That's about it. Vardan patted his wife on the head. I told you it would be something like that, dear. He doesn't need to be bombarded with questions while he's still in the hospital. Vardan kindly avoided mentioning that Erkin was about to be discharged from the hospital. Erkin appreciated that, especially since he knew his dad was just as interested in asking the same sorts of questions. Blood Chapter 10. The first bolt of lightning struck Erkin directly in the chest. Electricity coursed through him, causing him to convulse. The dark sky was filled with even darker clouds, but not a drop of rain fell from the sky. Once again, lightning struck. It pierced into his chest. Again and again. A total of 7 times. Each time there was a great booming sound. Birkin could no longer stand, and collapsed onto his back. Wind whipped through the bare streets, stealing away any warmth he felt. Death was coming, until the witch appeared. Her wrinkled face and twisted teeth showed a morose grin. "You're not allowed to die like this." Her hand traced runic patterns on his chest, patterns of magic. He knew this, even though he could not even turn his head or eyes. She was a witch, after all. Thunder rang in his ears as lightning struck him once again. Birkin sat bolt upright in bed, his chest aching and his ears ringing from the thunder outside. Thunder? Wasn't that from the dream? He got up to go look out the window, but on the way he clearly heard the booming of thunder above the rain. It really was a thunderstorm, in San Francisco, no less. They only happen every few years at most. Birkin didn't mind the rain or the thunder, usually. Right now, however, it was unpleasant. His chest ached in response every time the booming noise rang through his ears. He knew there was no danger either from the lightning or even getting shot again. However, his body didn't care about that. His heart raced and his chest ached with greater intensity with every moment. Once he was fully awake, things were a bit better. He stuck his head under a pillow, dulling the sounds. His heart started to calm, and after an hour or so the storm did as well. What a pain. Birkin hadn't had a nightmare he remembered since he was much younger. At least, not one that affected him except the very instant after waking. Certainly no longer than a minute. Statistically speaking, he had a greater chance of getting hit by a car than being struck by lightning even if he lived somewhere that actually had lightning regularly. Heck, he had a higher chance of getting shot. Even if he hadn't been shot, and he had. Thinking about that brought back unpleasant memories. However, that was it. He hadn't really been able to be afraid at the time, and afterwards he was in the hospital. The real experience hadn't been quite as terrifying as the dream, though it had hurt more. "That's awful," Savina said emphatically as she sat across the table from Birkin. "The dream, I mean. Making you think about when you got shot?" Birkin finished. "You can say it, I was just commenting on how weird dreams or nightmares can be. I mean, it would have made more sense if it was just getting shot again. Even though it wasn't that frightening. Not that I'm saying I wouldn't mind getting shot at again anytime soon. Or ever. Because I definitely don't want to. Speaking of which, did they ever catch the guy who did it?" "What? Oh, right. Not exactly. But, well, he's dead. Probably. At least, some guy who looked pretty much like the same guy was found dead a day later, torn apart in an alley. Which is pretty horrible, I guess, but kind of a relief. Except that it means there are more crazy killings happening around here. First some guy gets his throat ripped out, then someone gets turned into a pile of meat, and then this guy they could only recognize the head. Actually I guess the second one was worse then, the head wasn't even whole there. You saw the second one, right? Do you think that was why you got shot?" Birkin frowned. "That doesn't make any sense. I didn't see the murderer and he seems to rip people apart, not shoot them." "Right." Savina sighed. "Do you think the rain will let up?" I'm not sure. It probably won't last through the movie, but if it does I guess we'll have to cut out the park portion of the date." Somehow, the rain continued for several more hours. That meant time at the park was out, because even if it was open at night that didn't mean they wanted to go there in the rain. The two of them sat in front of Savina's apartment. Savina tilted her head. "Want to come in?" Birkin thought for a few moments. "I probably shouldn't. You live alone, right?" "Yeah." "Oh. I didn't mean," Savina blushed, "not that I don't like you but. I mean, I just didn't want the date to end yet." I thought we could talk some more. I should go. Wait. Birkin stopped her before she opened the door. Ah. We can just talk here. The rain should end soon, so you can avoid getting more wet. In the end, they continued talking until well after the rain stopped. Savina talked more about her family. Apparently she actually had more family in the area, but things were bad enough they didn't even usually acknowledge each other. It was pretty much the opposite for Erkin. Not only did his close family get along pretty well, even his extended and people who most wouldn't consider family at least didn't mind getting together for parties. Erkin enjoyed talking. He would also admit he was interested in more, but getting into a deeper relationship too quickly was a terrible idea. The potential to mess up one or two people's lives was too great to be careless. It wasn't just about sex either, though Erkin was also at least nominally Christian, but rushing into any sort of deeper emotional connection without a solid foundation was asking for trouble. Maybe such a methodical approach would make him seem like a robot, but even though he was looking for some change in his life, he didn't really want too much at once. Hanging out and watching movies was fine too. Blood Chapter 11. Erkin didn't completely break out of his routine. He still had to go to work, but there were also some habits he didn't want to change. He still took any opportunities to go get coffee at Hot Beans when Savina was working, and he still went to George's for any deli-related needs, usually once per week. The sign always said closed ever since his windows got smashed up, but he was still open. However, something told Erkin that this time it was for real. Both the yellow police tape and the officer standing behind it said things were more serious. What happened? Erkin asked as he approached the officer. We're investigating a crime scene here, the officer stated flatly. Is Justin okay? Details are still under investigation, the officer kept his face neutral. Please move along. Erkin took a few moments to look at the front of the deli, but couldn't see anything. The windows were still boarded up, and the door was closed. The nice glass door had been smashed up with the windows, and he couldn't see through. There wasn't much else he could do without bugging the officer, so he turned to leave. Savina had just gotten off work when she got a text. It was from Erkin. Just stopped by George. It's all taped up as a crime scene. Surprised face. Didn't want to pester the officer too much. Oh crap. Are Justin and Rosa okay? Be careful, lots of crazy stuff has been happening lately. Erkin hadn't replied after about a minute. That didn't mean anything. Savina didn't expect him to immediately reply to everything, but he usually did. If something was happening with Justin, well, Erkin had already been shot just a couple weeks before. She couldn't help but worry. It was only a few minutes of walking to George's. That was a convenient addition to her other reasons for going there. She didn't really need anything at the moment, but it wouldn't hurt to check it out. She would at least be able to confirm if Justin was all right or not. She did have the number for the landline there. It probably wouldn't hurt to call. The phone rang. And rang. And rang. On the 10th ring, it picked up. Hey, this is George's Deli. Justin. Can't come to the phone right now. We're pretty much always open, so just drop by. It was an answering machine. Rosa would have done a better job with the message, but it was a bit late to think about that. There was beep. Hey, Justin, it's Savina. I was just wondering if you had any pork in stock. I'm on my way over. After a few more seconds no one picked up, so Savina hung up. She sped up her walking pace. She saw the officer and police tape at the door. Not that she expected differently. Erkin wasn't the type to lie, and especially not without reason. Savina got close to the door and scrunched up her face. What the hell happened in there? This crime scene is currently under investigation, the officer stated. Yeah, I get it. Did Erkin just leave? There was a man here a few minutes ago, but he only stayed for about a minute, the officer answered. Thanks, Savina turned and sniffed. Damn it, Erkin, I'd better be worrying for nothing. Detective Simmons stepped out the door. Who was that? Another customer? Could be, the officer answered, quite a few of them for this time of night. Asked about an Erkin. What? Detective Simmons blinked. Was Erkin here? Dunno. There was a man here a few minutes before, might have been him. Sort of tan skin, dark hair. Anyway, after I mentioned he left she hurried off. Which way did she go? That way, but the officer watched as Detective Simmons hurried off. Don't you have to finish investigating the crime scene? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Savina walked forward with large determined strides, not quite jogging. Is he some sort of trouble magnet? Savina stopped at a corner to sniff the air again, unconsciously licking her lips. That way. Savina started up her quick pace again. This had better be a coincidence, because if it's not I'll do something. Simmons kicked his knee against a garbage container. He restrained his urge to curse louding, just in case his quarry hadn't heard him the last time, or the time before. Somehow she didn't seem to run into anything. Meanwhile, Simmons couldn't help but stomp on glass bottles and run into garbage bins. He was usually better at tailing than this, but it was dark and he didn't have the luxury to take his time. Maybe she was just used to this route and he was following her home, but she didn't seem to be following a familiar route. Instead, she was following some trail of some sort Simmons couldn't pick out, possibly because it was so damn dark. Maybe it was a coincidence. The neighborhood was bad enough that 2 crimes occurring around a couple corners in the same month wasn't that big of a deal. However, if it wasn't a coincidence, Simmons needed to follow through, and his gut told him he had to do this. It wasn't just because of all the blood that had been in the deli, either. Erkin's head hurt when he woke up. His torso too. All of his gunshot scars were aching. He didn't really have time to take in his surroundings before the voice spoke. What do you know about Justin? Justin? Who-ah, why am I here? Just answer the question. Why should I? Because of this, the voice spoke emphatically. Because of what? Erkin tried to move, but couldn't. He was lying on his back and, maybe tied down? He wasn't trying to antagonize anyone but just couldn't grasp what was happening. Suddenly the light flickered on, and a sharp face came much too close to his, along with a knife. This. Oh. What was the question? Erkin swallowed. What do you know about Justin? Of George's Deli. He's a butcher? I don't really know much. There was a sudden pain in his arm as the knife stabbed into his right bicep. Try again. Tell me something useful. But I really don't. The same sort of stab happened on the other side, except the knife twisted. Erkin had never been stabbed before, but now he knew why twisting the knife was an expression. It really made things hurt that much worse. He almost wished he knew something to make it stop, but he wasn't sure if that would help, and Justin was his friend. Why would anyone hate him anyway? As the man held up the bloody knife and licked it, Erkin wondered what he could do to make the pain stop. Blood Chapter 12. Erkin was pretty sure he should have passed out a long time ago from the blood loss. He couldn't be completely sure, because he couldn't see how much blood he was losing or tell exactly how much time was passing. It felt like forever, but that was an inevitable consequence of time flying when you were having fun and the opposite being true when you were being tortured. He'd stopped listening or responding a while ago. He'd told the truth first. Who was Justin? He was a butcher. That was pretty much it. If Erkin had known something that could get Justin in trouble, they were friends, but he wasn't really sure whether or not he could have held up. However, he didn't know anything. Since he got stabbed even when he said the truth, he made up some lies, to the same results. Now, he wasn't going to answer at all. There was no point. Erkin hoped he would pass out soon, or maybe even just die. That might be better. Savina followed the smell of fresh blood up to the 3rd floor of a cheap hotel, the sort that all the doors led directly outside. She was too slow, or her quarry was too fast. At least it was fresh blood. Erkin was still alive, for the moment. She had to do something as quickly as possible, but she wasn't much good in a straight-up fight. Savina reached her hand into her purse and pulled out a box cutter. Damn it, Erkin, she muttered as she then drew the box cutter along one wrist. blood spurted out and trickled down her finger, which she furiously scrawled across the ground. She had to hurry. She could be noticed at any time, and she could smell Erkin's blood and hear his breathing becoming ragged and his heartbeat increasing, which was not a good sign. At any time, the man in there torturing him in there could take notice of his surroundings and come for Savina, and she needed to be ready before then. Her finger jumped from point to point, blood ceasing its flow just as needed to waste none of it. Finally her finger finished inscribing the smallest of the 3 circles. "Can't let us be heard, waste of blood." She stood up straight and backed away from the door, holding her left arm behind her back. "Come on out, you thin-blooded coward," she shouted. There were a few moments of silence, at least to normal ears, then the door creaked open and out stepped a pale man holding a bloody knife. "I don't like being interrupted," he scowled. "I am Savina Nervetti. I've already called Nico Nervetti. This is your one chance to leave in one piece." "So what?" The man brandished his knife. "I'm not a bleeding heart like your family, too afraid to act." He sprang forward, stabbing toward Savina's chest. For a brief moment, he was a blur of motion. Then he stopped. The knife was an inch away from Savina's chest, the hilt and his wrist surrounded by red tendrils. He strained to push forward, then to pull the knife away, but couldn't move. His other hand suddenly flashed around, claws extending as they stabbed into Savina's stomach. Then the sound of gunshots rang out. On a steady pace, bullet after bullet struck the man in the side, for a total of 6. The man looked over to his left with disdain. "Really?" At that moment, Savina grabbed the knife and twisted it out of the hand of the man, then sliced toward him. Even without looking, he dodged backwards, tearing his arm away from the red tendrils. The knife barely scraped across his cheek. "Forget it," he said as he turned to the right, away from where the gun was fired. "Not worth my time." With a blur of movement, he ran a dozen yards and jumped over the railing. Savina stood motionless for a few seconds, then dropped the knife. She rushed toward the door of the hotel room, only pausing momentarily to look toward the stairwell, do something useful and call an ambulance. The sound of gunshots snapped Erkin out of his stupor. His chest twinged, both from the lingering pain of the bullet wounds and the half-dozen new cuts and stabs. Then he heard Savina's voice. He couldn't lift his head, it was held down somehow, but he saw her enter the room out of the corner of his eye. "Damn it, damn it, damn it," he heard a sticky sort of splash as she stepped into the puddle of blood next to the bed. He wasn't sure how much it was, but he was dizzy, so it was probably, well, he couldn't do the math. A lot. Savina stooped down next to the bed, then placed her finger on his chest. It felt nice. It was warm, even though it was a little wet. He felt her tracing patterns on his chest. It was comforting. Erkin tried to talk, but his voice didn't come out. Well, it was probably a stupid idea anyway. It would just make him die even faster. Given that he was pretty sure he'd lost almost half the blood in his body, he couldn't afford to lose any more. He had, what, a gallon and a bit of blood. 5 liters? So 2 liters was dangerous. Ah, there was that math. Kind of pathetic last thoughts to have, but what could he do? If Erkin had asked what he thought dying from blood loss would be like, well, he wouldn't have said that it suddenly came with warmth and clarity of thought at the end. He thought he'd just get colder and colder as his consciousness faded out. Instead, he was met with surprise. Maybe nobody ever talked about it because they didn't survive after this point. A minute later, he was thinking that maybe he wasn't going to die at all. Everything still hurt, but he wasn't dead. He was nice and warm and Savina was holding onto his hand and he could feel it. Hold on, Erkin. An ambulance should be here soon. Just, hold on. Okay. Erkin tilted his head to the side. He could just barely see Savina's face from the light coming in the door. Are you okay? You look pretty pale. He couldn't help but laugh at that. He was the one bleeding to death, after all. Laughing hurt, but it still felt pretty good. The humor helped him forget why he was bleeding to death in the first place. Blood Chapter 13. The ambulance wasn't the first thing to arrive. If he didn't count Savina, then Detective Simmons was the first. "Hey," Savina called toward the door, "I could use a hand in here." Birkin tilted his head just a bit to the right and could barely see Detective Simmons coming in. He was holding a gun at the ready. That would explain the gunshots, then. Obviously. Birkin hadn't expected them to come from something that wasn't a gun, but he hadn't known who had the gun. "I can't untie him with one hand very well," Savina gestured. "I assume your other hand is occupied, then?" There were a few clicks as Detective Simmons stowed his gun, then kneeled next to the bed. Birkin felt tension and release near his ankles. "How you doing, kid?" "I'm nearly 30, Birkin squeezed out. "That makes you a kid." Detective Simmons moved on to free Birkin's hands and neck. "You probably shouldn't talk. Just focus on staying conscious." "I'm plenty conscious. Talking just hurts." Birkin enjoyed the freedom to lift his head slightly, but that came with some other muscles complaining. "What's all this, then?" A new, deep voice came from outside. "Savina, care to explain?" Detective Simmons tensed and placed one hand on his holster. "Uncle Nico." Savina turned toward the door, the criminal already turned and fled. There was a scene at the deli, and the criminal was waiting outside for customers. "I see," a uniformed officer stepped into the room. He nodded toward Detective Simmons. "Detective." Simmons nodded back. "Officer." "Funny. I don't remember seeing you around before." "You wouldn't have. I'm from the SCI division." "The what now?" Simmons raised an eyebrow. "You'll be briefed later." Nico Nervetti stepped over next to Birkin. "Who's this, then?" "Just a normal H person who got caught up in things," Savina explained. "Normal, is he?" Nico leaned in close to Birkin and sniffed twice. "Seems to be that way." Birkin had many questions to ask, but that was when he heard the ambulance sirens. "Good, they're here." "I need to go with him," Savina remarked. Nico shook his head. "Better they stitch him up here." Nico turned to look outside at the sunrise. "Then we can go home and rest while the professionals take care of him." "Okay." Birkin expected the paramedics or EMTs or whatever he was supposed to call the nice ambulance people to complain about Savina being in the way, but they seemed to ignore her. Instead, they just carefully stitched him up. Birkin wasn't afraid of needles, but he was uncomfortable about how many stitches were happening. He had quite a few cuts that needed them, as well. The whole time, Savina kept her hand on him, though she moved around once or twice. Then Birkin was carted off to the ambulance and he finally let himself fall unconscious. He was tired. "I appreciate the visit," the nurse, Stephen, joked with Birkin, "but you can just walk in if you want to see someone here, you know." Birkin laughed slightly. It hurt, but not too badly. Stephen had been one of the nurses assigned to him after he was shot. "I'll keep that in mind next time someone tries to kill me." "How bad is it?" Well, Stephen looked over the medical report on the nearby computer. "All in all, not bad. Just a bunch of stitches. We're a bit concerned about blood loss, especially after last time. It was only a few weeks ago, after all. The body can only produce blood so fast. However, since you're conscious, things should be all right. You'll need to take some clotting factor for a few days, until we're sure there's no internal bleeding." Birkin nodded. "Hey, imagine what it was like before you had wireless internet and a phone. You'd be stuck twiddling your thumbs. Or reading, I suppose." Birkin liked reading, but there was only so much of it he could handle in the discomfort of a bed that was not his own. Later, after an exhausting visit from worried parents, Birkin found himself alone. He wasn't interested in reading, and he had too many things to think about. What was the deal with Justin? Was he dead? That seemed unlikely, because then that crazy guy wouldn't have been trying to find out about him. That meant whatever happened at the deli probably involved Rosa, Justin's girlfriend. He hoped she was okay. She was nice. It was sort of strange Officer Simmons hadn't shown up yet. Maybe he came while Birkin's parents were in and decided to come back later, or maybe he didn't think he would get anything useful. To be fair, he wouldn't. Erkin didn't know anything. He was mostly filled with no questions. Like, who was the guy asking about Justin? Why had he kidnapped Erkin? Just because he was nearby? Thinking about the man himself, Erkin had a few more hang-ups. He understood how he'd been knocked unconscious. He'd never been chloroformed before, but he worked with chemicals and he knew that it really was nearly as effective as movies portrayed. That was fine, but how had he been brought halfway across town in a few minutes, without being in a car? He wasn't exactly light. Not heavy, but also not something that someone could run while carrying. Then there was the dark. The man with the knife had interrogated Erkin in the dark. That was a good way to conceal his face, but he hadn't seemed bothered at all. He was still very precise with his knife work even though he couldn't see. Of course, Erkin knew one place to get answers for a lot of things. Savina would know. He had a text ready to send. However, he hesitated. He hesitated because he didn't want to wake her up, that was what he told himself. The real answer was that he hesitated because he might find out the truth. Like Savina being involved in some sort of mafia intrigue along with Justin, and Savina being a witch of some kind. He didn't clearly remember the first time, and he hadn't really seen anything the second time, but he'd felt it. She traced patterns with blood on his chest, and then he'd felt the magic. He just hadn't realized it until his head cleared up. Sure, she'd done it to help him, but he'd already almost died twice in the last couple of weeks. Maybe he was better off not knowing. The text sat unsent. Blood Chapter 14. The world seemed determined to make Erkin switch to a daytime schedule. That was clearly why he was getting hospitalized so much. Erkin could think of no other reason, because he hadn't offended anyone. Apparently Justin had, though. Erkin had some time to piece things together. Justin hadn't been willing to pay off the mafia, thus his windows were broken. That was easy to understand. Apparently, his continued refusal was enough to have them shoot up a random customer of his. That was the part that didn't make sense. Some smashed windows weren't a big deal in the grand scheme of things, expensive and frustrating, yes, but not the sort of thing that got heavy police involvement. Erkin had assumed the mafia wanted to stay away from that sort of thing, especially not when it didn't matter. There was no way they really needed a bit of cash from a deli. There was clearly more going on than was visible on the surface, with many things. Erkin had a lot of time to look into it, since only his parents came to visit. That was probably a good thing, because he wasn't in a great mood, and getting upset with a police officer or his girlfriend for something that wasn't their fault wouldn't be great. Erkin stepped back to think about the big picture. First, there was supernatural stuff. It seemed crazy to think about it, but he had some evidence for that, such as not being dead. He had definitely felt the magic that Savina used to pull his blood back into his body, and magic meant supernatural. There had also been some conversation indicating that the man who kidnapped Erkin had been shot a handful of times and leaped off a balcony. Savina's uncle worked with some weird division of the police department. By themselves, each little piece didn't mean anything, except for the magic. Magic which had surprised Detective Simmons, though he wasn't very vocal about it, and which had not surprised Savina's uncle. If he accepted that magic of some sort and thus some amount of supernatural stuff was real, he could fit a few more pieces together. It was speculation, but he didn't have anything better to do with his time. First, there were the murders. There were always a few of those, but two in particular came to mind. Some guy got his throat ripped out by a wild animal or something. The investigation hadn't released any more information. However, Erkin managed to find some pictures. Then there was the murder he had witnessed. There had been a scream, and a few seconds later he had seen a body with a crushed head. Erkin wasn't a medical doctor, but he knew enough about anatomy to say that sort of thing didn't happen easily. At least, not without heavy machinery around. Furthermore, whatever had done it had left quickly enough to get out of sight within that same few seconds. It was only when he finally found pictures of the third death that he remembered. The pictures themselves told him nothing. It was just body parts strewn all over the place. It was the fact that the third person was the one who had shot him. That was when he put the pieces together, though he wasn't quite sure if they fit. Maybe they weren't from the same puzzle, but used the same stamp. Regardless, he came up with a theory. The first two were the two thugs that had smashed up the deli. Justin had said he would like to strangle them if he could get away with it, and maybe he thought he could get away with tearing them to pieces. That idea was of course predicated on the supposition that Justin could tear people to pieces. Birkin had no direct evidence for that, but he didn't have none at all. If that was the case, perhaps the one who had shot Erkin had been killed precisely because of that, instead of in an unrelated incident. Justin knew about it happening, certainly. Then, of course, was Justin actually supernatural in some way? A werewolf or vampire or something? Erkin pieced together the evidence, starting with circumstantial. First, Justin always wore butcher's gauntlets. Were those to protect his hands from being cut, or to hide claws? Probably the first. But there was more. Justin smiled, but he never showed his teeth. Was he hiding fangs, or was he just not the sort of person who smiled that way? Justin also was open at night, and even got his best business then. That certainly meant something. Of course, all of that was starting with the conclusion and working backwards to what he wanted to think. There had to be some other kind of connection. There was one that Erkin hadn't even thought about until he pored over his memories carefully. There was Rosa, Justin's girlfriend. She'd used magic on him. It felt different and he hadn't recognized it at the time, but she'd had him think about Savina to the point he couldn't help but ask her out. That was about half his reason for being in a daze at that time. He couldn't prove it to anyone else, but he knew in his heart it was true. Which honestly meant nothing because the week before he would have sworn that magic didn't exist. The final connection was Savina herself. Sure, she could have gone to George's for the same reason Erkin did. It was open at night and a good deli, but it could have also been the supernatural connection. So with all that decided, what did it mean? Did it mean Justin was responsible for Erkin being captured and tortured? Well, yes, but only indirectly. He had certainly not meant for it to happen, and if he'd killed someone for shooting Erkin, well, Erkin wasn't sure if that was the correct solution, but it was for his sake. Probably. Erkin would have preferred to stay out of the whole mess entirely, but he could understand Justin's motivations in the half-imaginary scenario he'd put together. All that meant, what? Erkin wasn't sure. He could also be wrong. However, he knew someone he could ask. Maybe he should have already, but Savina hadn't even texted all week. It was just sort of awkward. Still, he made up his mind. Hey. I have tons of questions. About what happened last week. You there? Too early? Sorry, who is this? What? It's Erkin. Your boyfriend? Or at least, a guy you went on a few dates with. It's about the magic thing. You remember that? Yeah? I mean, I was conscious the whole time. The whole point of that was to put/keep blood in me, right? It's not like you didn't see me looking up at you. You even sorta introduced me to your uncle. Kinda. Erkin didn't receive a response even after waiting for several minutes. That made him feel like he'd messed up somehow. Maybe he'd been too direct. Maybe she just didn't want to talk to him anymore anyway. Then after about 10 minutes, he actually got a reply. Yeah. We need to talk. In person. Blood Chapter 15. Hearing "we need to talk" was never a good thing. Erkin had been almost killed twice in the previous month, but those words from Savina were even more ominous, even if they really shouldn't have been. They did need to talk. There were many things Erkin wanted to know, and she had the information. What was the worst thing that could happen? Savina breaking up with him. They'd only been going out for a few weeks anyway. Actually, maybe learning the truth about what was going on would be worse. Before he met her, things had been going fine in his life. Well, they had been at a low, but nobody had tried to kill him. Then two people had almost killed him and he could do nothing about it. It wasn't Savina's fault, but she was connected to supernatural things. Birkin couldn't exactly sort out his thoughts on the matter, at least not as neatly as he would like. Birkin walked up to Hot Beans. There were other coffee places open, since it was still early, but it was close and familiar for both Birkin and Savina. "Oh. Officer. Nico. Savina didn't mention you would be here." Savina's uncle nodded, and gestured to the table in front of him. "We didn't exactly plan this out." "So, you remember me?" "Of course. You showed up a bit before the ambulance arrived. Savina mentioned you a couple times before, too. You're her favorite uncle. She didn't mention you were a police officer though." "I'm not, exactly. I wasn't doubting your capacity to remember details." He shook his head. "I'm just surprised that you remember me, in particular. Or any of that. I tried to erase your memory of it, you know?" "No?" Birkin tilted his head. "I don't remember that at least." "So, are you here to do it right this time? You don't seem surprised at the prospect." Birkin shrugged. "I've seen magic, and you told me you tried. You have no reason to lie about it. So, what's going to happen? Do I forget the whole month or? Is there any point in asking?" Nico Nervetti raised an eyebrow as he sipped his coffee. "I guess not. Does it hurt?" "Oh, I guess I wouldn't remember so it wouldn't matter." Birkin stroked his chin. "Why even bring me here, then?" The door to the coffee shop opened, bringing with it the chiming of a bell and Savina. "Hi, Birkin." She walked over carefully and sat by her uncle, glancing down at the table. "Hi, Savina." Birkin didn't really know what to say. He looked at Nico. "So?" Nico shook his head. "I'm not going to erase your memory. Or. I can't. Or shouldn't." He shrugged. "All three. I already tried it under nearly optimal conditions. It didn't work, and so I can't do it, safely." He sipped his coffee. "I may not be a traditional officer, but I still have no reason to cause harm. I tried to erase your memories because normal people are better off not knowing about the supernatural world." "Right. Is it actually okay to talk about this stuff here?" Birkin glanced around the room. "People won't be able to overhear." "Oh, is that magic?" Birkin looked around. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear it. Maybe. A slight background buzzing. It gave off the same feeling he recognized as magic. Like Savina's, but not so much like Rose's. Birkin nodded. "It is. I'll assume you know what you're doing." "I do." Nico Nervetti folded his hands in front of him. "As I was saying, I tried to erase your memories, but apparently it didn't hold. I could possibly still succeed, but I shouldn't try. Normal people shouldn't interact with the supernatural world, but you aren't normal." "What? What am I, then?" All sorts of thought flickered through Birkin's brain, but none of them made sense. Nico shrugged. "I don't know. Don't get me wrong. You are still human, but not the normal brand. Perhaps you have high willpower or innate resistance to magic. Regardless, it is enough to qualify you, and quite frankly you don't have much choice. If you know about the supernatural, it is unsafe for both you and the inhabitants if you are uneducated. But since I can't make you forget, then you must learn. Let's start with what you've figured out on your own. What do you know?" Birkin stroked his chin. "Savina is some kind of magic user. She saved me twice with it. So are you." Birkin tapped his fingers together. "The guy who kidnapped me was strong enough to carry me, I think, and maybe to not get shot. All I remember is hearing the gunshots and then he got away. Rosa can do magic too, and Justin might be a werewolf or something that tears people apart. But maybe I'm wrong about Justin. Do werewolves even exist?" "They do," Nico nodded. "Though they don't exactly fit any of the stories you've heard, there's doubtless some truth in there as well. Justin, we will discuss later." "So, how do you know Rosa can use magic?" Savina asked. "She's not exactly flashy, and didn't mention anything like that. Oh, it's just, looking back on my memories, I could feel when you did it, and then I remembered something she did. It felt sort of similar, and was definitely magic too. You can feel magic? Nico asked. Sure, it's like tingly and stuff. Birkin waved his hand. This here is kind of statusy, like an old TV sounds. Interesting. Nico leaned forward. Can you tell where it originates from? You? I hope. Birkin closed his eyes for a moment and concentrated, tilting his head. Under the table, maybe? Birkin started to move, then stopped. Instead he placed his hand on the table. Maybe right under here. Not bad, Nico nodded. So you can sense magic without training. A useful quality. Unless you have magical training you aren't mentioning. Not that I remember. I guess that doesn't make it impossible, though. Training that you don't remember does little good. It is more likely that you have a natural affinity of some sort. We can talk about that later. Nico pulled out his phone. For now, I must go. Savina can explain everything you need to know, or direct you to someone who can. She can also help you with the legal stuff. Legal stuff? Cities keep track of who lives in them. It's even more important that we do. Now then, I have work that must be done. Such as tracking down a few people, some for their own protection and some for others. Blood Chapter 16. So, Savina sat across from Birkin. What first? Birkin shrugged. I'm not sure. How about magic? I mean, I'm sure that's a big topic to cover, but magic is real, I guess. Savina nodded slowly. It is. There are a number of different methods. The only kind I really know is, she turned her eyes away, blood magic. Birkin nodded. Seems useful. It doesn't, sound great, but you saved my life with it, so I'm happy it exists. Yeah, it's not, she scratched at her cheek with one finger, it's not exactly popular. It has a lot of potential for misuse. Blood is power, and it's used up to fuel spells, so people sometimes try to get more. But there's nothing wrong with blood magic itself. She slapped her palm onto the table. Right, what about other types? They get their power from different sources, and are more suited for different applications, but I really don't know much about the other kinds. What about Rose's magic? That's a sort of innate magic. She gets power from, well, maybe you can have her explain it herself. Any other questions? Are vampires real? Yes, but they don't have to drink human blood or anything. They just don't produce blood of their own. They can get by with pig's blood or whatever. Savina explained, they don't burst into flame in the sun either, but it's not good for them. Yeah, that's about the limit of my knowledge on supernatural beings. I dunno, are there fairies? Angels? Demons? Oof. Hard questions. There are a few sorts of people who can be considered fairies. Angels and demons, there are people with angelic wings and those with horns and hooves and such, but they don't come from heaven or hell. There's no heaven or hell. I didn't say that. So heaven and hell are real? I didn't say that either. Savina breathed out heavily. There is disagreement whether or not either or both of those exist or not. The only thing I can say for sure is that if you meet any angels or demons, they aren't from heaven or hell. They're also definitely not exclusively good or exclusively evil. Right, Birkin thought that made sense, though it also left him with an abundance of thoughts to sort out. So how have humans not noticed? Are people always using magic or several things? Magic to avoid notice, very occasionally erasing memory, and most of the time everyone just looks normal. Lots of people mostly go out at night, if they're worried. I guess the most relevant thing is, we aren't that populous. There are at most 500 vampires in San Francisco proper, and werewolves number about the same. Everyone else is less populous. There are just about as many Native Americans, or people from almost any random country. Since most people don't go around kidnapping or otherwise causing trouble for humans, it rarely comes up. Oh. Birkin blinked. Sometimes I forget how many people are in a big city. Yeah. Several times as many supernatural people live in the Shadowlands, but the total population isn't anything huge. The Shadowlands? It's a sort of alternate dimension. It's smaller in scope than Earth. I haven't been there, so I'm not too sure on all the details. It's where most monsters and such come from, though they only rarely end up on Earth. That was true even before there were regulations set up to prevent it. It's pretty dangerous, and where Justin went to get all of his good stuff. Good stuff? Birkin raised an eyebrow. I doubt you mean bacon. Oh, right. Well, Justin catered mostly to supernaturals, so he had things like wyvern steaks and Pegasus meat. Though to be honest, most of it is strictly exotic and not really that tasty. Oh. It could be kind of fun to try, though. Still no news on Justin, huh? No. He disappeared after the incident. Right, you haven't heard the details there. A few of Marconi's thugs tried to take him out. Which was crazy, since they knew he wasn't normal, they wouldn't use silver bullets otherwise. What do silver bullets do? I thought he wasn't a werewolf. Oh, silver is a good counter for most regenerative abilities. Werewolves are also highly allergic though. Just to be clear, it's not a funny joke to try to touch a werewolf with anything silver, in case you meet any. It's possibly they would attack you, and it would be legitimate self-defense. Though killing someone for it would likely still end up being counted as excessive. Savina shook her head. Well, basically don't do anything stupid until you learn better. The laws aren't really any different. Don't steal, don't kill, etc. Okay. Is silver bad for anyone else? Besides the regeneration thing? Nah. I can touch it just fine. I just couldn't regenerate wounds with silver bullets in them. Hey, me neither. Birkin smiled. Wait, so you normally can? Is that something you can do with blood magic? Birkin looked down at his bandaged arms. Or, are you a vampire? Savina lowered her head. Yeah. I'm a vampire. Okay. So do you get blood from blood banks, or are there volunteers? Birkin shrugged. I know you definitely don't hunt people down in the streets, because that would be stupid. Oh, I'm a vegan. I don't know what that means in context. Ah, sorry. It's just there's no good word. I don't drink human blood. Justin provided blood of various sorts too. Mostly pig and cow, since that's cheap. Savina shrugged. It's not at all vegan in the normal usage. Alright, why not drink human blood? Does it kill them? Finding volunteers isn't exactly easy. Blood from blood banks, well, other people need that blood, and it's not really useful if it isn't mostly fresh, like a couple days. It's just better to use blood that would otherwise probably get thrown out. Not that many people make blood sausage regularly. A good point, Birkin nodded. I guess we should go deal with all of that, legal stuff? Sure. You can always text me if you have specific questions, though you'll also have access to databases to look stuff up. We're not barbarians. Blood Chapter 17. Birkin looked down at the paper in front of him. Type? Ah, just put human, Savina replied as she looked over his shoulder at the next page. Looks like you should check no on everything on the next page, I guess. I don't know, I never had to fill this stuff out. Why not? Because I was born into this. Wait, what? You were born as a vampire? Not like, made into one? Oh, yeah. Savina nodded. Vampires can also be made, but we aren't actually undead, unlike Justin. Justin's undead? But he looked so non-rotten. Of course. If he was actually rotting, he would fall apart and be gone in no time. Well, relatively. So is he a zombie or something? He's a ghoul. So basically yes. He just eats meat instead of brains, though I suppose he could eat brains if he wanted to. And no, he doesn't eat humans. Savina scratched her cheek. Probably. Mostly. Well, I think he bit a big chunk out of one guy's throat. Actually, will he become a ghoul? That body. I don't think so. Justin probably knows how that works and would avoid it. If it happened, they probably wouldn't be sane and would be hunted down. This is a whole lot of stuff, Erkin said. Yeah, it can take a while to take in. I mean, progenitor and/or parent's name, if applicable. How many pages do I have to fill out? Erkin shook his head. Also all this supernatural stuff. Not that I've actually seen much yet. Besides his name and address, there wasn't really much that was applicable to Erkin. He was just a normal human, after all. There was an interview, but that happened immediately. There was nobody else in line for anything. With only a few thousand people in the area, it made sense. It's not like people would be inducted into the supernatural community en masse. In a way, it was rather odd how few supernatural creatures were around, though. If he had been told a few weeks prior that there were 500 vampires in San Francisco, he might have thought that alarmingly high, if he thought it real at all. The whole process went rather smoothly. Instead of having to wait weeks to get some special form of ID, Erkin was surprised to walk out with just his driver's license. It was just enchanted. They can look up your information with the enchantment there, Savina explained, but there's no physical documents or anything. It's not conducive to keeping secrets if we walk around with IDs saying vampire, werewolf, etc. If anyone can tell it's enchanted, they're not a problem, so it works well. Can I learn magic? Erkin asked. I mean, you probably can. Savina shrugged. It's just that most people are pretty secretive with their magic. It's also not cheap. Well, I do have some money. Can you teach me? Savina shook her head. I only know blood magic. Yeah, that's what I meant. You want to learn blood magic? Savina raised an eyebrow. Why not? The only times I've seen it, it saved me from bleeding to death. That's something I'd like to know how to do. A fair point. Well, I can't teach you. I mean, I could, but not as well as Uncle Nico. He's the one who taught me, and he has a lot more experience. You should ask him. Right. Give me his number. Erkin stared down at his phone. Calling people could be very difficult. What was he supposed to do? Say, hey, I'm that guy you saw almost die, also maybe your niece's boyfriend, can you teach me blood magic? Actually, that was probably it, but it seemed a little strange. He felt like he should at least climb up the stairs of a tower or something. A week later he found himself in an elevator on the way up to a 14th floor apartment. Or 13th, since they didn't have a 13th floor. Except it still was, but just wasn't numbered that way. Superstitions were stupid. Probably. Erkin needed to ask about that. He found the door he was looking for and knocked. When it opened, he asked, Is 13 cursed? Nico Nervetti smiled. Well, hello to you too, Erkin. Come in. He waved him in. No, 13 is not cursed. Nobody is able to curse a number in and of itself, and it didn't come that way. Anything that says otherwise is just confirmation bias and a poor understanding of statistics. Or people doing it on purpose. Better to save all of that effort avoiding real curses. Optimally by making it so nobody wants to curse you. I've heard that works pretty well. Though I also thought I was doing a pretty good job of nobody wanting to kill me until it happened twice in a month. An unfortunate circumstance, to be sure. But you are still alive, which is more than the gunman can say. Nico shook his head. As for the second, he wasn't technically trying to kill you, though he'd certainly still be convicted of attempted murder. Unfortunately, he seems to have gone into hiding. And he has help, though of course everyone denies any association with him. We did find his name, though. Vittor Ruggiero. That's comforting, I guess. This is a nice apartment, by the way, Erkin commented. Technically a condo. Old family business paid for it, and my work pays for the upkeep. He opened the door to a large room, flipping on the light switch. One corner of the room was furnished with a small library. The rest of the room was mostly concrete, though there were targets and a stone table as well. Welcome to the training room. It's very clean. I had expected different. The room was indeed quite clean, though the concrete was damaged in a number of places. What? Like dried blood everywhere? Nico shook his head. It smells disgusting. There's no reason not to clean it up, and it's good practice. Now then, we start here. He brought Erkin over to the library, where there was a pair of desks with plastic guards down the middle. Next to the desks were buckets filled with ice, with a large bottle of blood resting in one. At least, Erkin assumed it was blood. He couldn't quite read the labels and the plastic wasn't completely clear. This side of the desks is where all the blood goes. He gestured to one side that was covered in plastic and had small walls. You are right-handed, correct? If not, we turn it around. Either way, your offhand will be exclusively for turning pages on the other side of the shield, and your primary hand for writing only. If you spill, you clean it up, and out of the carpet, once you learn how. Right, Erkin tilted his head. We're just directly starting with blood? Not ink or something? Of course. You will be working with blood, because ink doesn't flow the same. Besides, you're not penning a book and blood is cheaper. Oh. That makes sense. Ink really was quite expensive. Blood Chapter 18. Nico Nervetti sat at a desk. Come watch. He took a cup and poured some of the blood into it, then held up a thin-tipped paintbrush. Blood magic can be separated into two categories, blood manipulation and circle magic. Circle magic is required for more complicated magic, and the two can overlap. For example, my niece has demonstrated returning blood to another's body. It is more difficult to control another's blood, and safely returning it to their body requires a bit more than just moving it around. It requires careful flow, so that no blood vessels burst, as well as cleansing. After all, blood that has been all over the floor isn't exactly safe even in the cleanest places. Erkin nodded. That makes sense. A demonstration of blood control won't do you much good at the moment. You can practice that on your own. He dipped the paintbrush into the blood, then smoothly drew a circle in front of him. For today, we will try something practical. You may not draw a functional circle the first time, but you cannot have a second or third attempt without a first. Nico's hand flipped almost casually as the brush dipped down, leaving behind strange runes. However, though it was drawn in blood, the runes retained sharp edges and clarity. Draw from one side to the other, except the circle itself. That is necessary as a guide for everything else. Nico's hand moved continuously as he talked. He did as he said, starting with a single rune in the far left of the circle, then moving over to another column. In this way you do not risk ruining an earlier part. Nico moved his brush over to the empty right half of the circle and pressed down. Blood spilled out in roughly a circle. If you make a mistake, as long as it doesn't affect anything else, it's easy to fix. He swirled around the brush, and the blood was sucked up into it, with some practice. He went back to working on the circle. Then he stopped when his hand reached the right side, putting down the brush. He pulled out his phone and took a picture. Then he waved his hand over the circle, and it shimmered. The runes squirmed inward and shrank, along with the outer ring growing thinner. Then, it was gone in a puff of red smoke. Now it's your turn. Right, Erkin looked at the desk. What exactly did that do? Nothing. Or, nothing much. Blood is the source of energy, so it is naturally used up. In this case, it was used to vaporize the remains. There is less chance of catastrophic failure than many other simple-seeming spells. Now, sit. He stood up and gestured to the desk, placing his phone on the protected side with the image up. You saw me draw it. Start with the circle, slowly. Erkin sat and picked up the brush, dipping it into the cup of blood. He apparently dipped too deep, since he ended up with a fat glob of blood where he started his stroke that tapered off to a small point at the end. Don't worry about mistakes at this point. Focus on the shape of the circle. Brush lightly. Erkin dipped the brush several more times, trying to find the right pressure to get an even thickness. In the end, he had a wobbly ellipse. Now start from the left, one rune at a time. The exact size of each rune is unimportant, but their positions around the circle and their shapes are. Birkin did his best. He wasn't exactly a painter, and he didn't even do much handwriting. He took his time working from the picture, trying to get what he could. His memory of Nico's writing was hazy, as it was too quick to follow. After about 10 minutes he found the 20 or so runes complete, such as they were. He looked at Nico. Now, will it to activate? Proximity helps with that, thus the hand. It will take a tiny spark of energy from you to get going. Birkin tried to get it to activate. He thought hard about it, waved his hand back and forth slowly. Nothing happened, but he kept at it. He concentrated on remembering the feeling of Nico activating it. There was that slight bit of magic just before it started. Then, he felt it. The circle started to move, to wriggle, some of it pulled in and clumped and shone, and then it stopped. Birkin was slightly disappointed, but more surprised that it had actually done anything. You'll need some practice writing, obviously. Too slowly and it can dry up, and most of the energy fades. Work on precision is also necessary. However, a successful activation on the first attempt shows you have some affinity, even if it merely used up energy failing to do anything. Nico smiled while avoiding showing his teeth. It shows you have the potential for more than just sensing magic. That means any failures from now on can be blamed on a lack of practice. When Erkin went home to sleep, he dreamed of circles. They danced and swirled through his vision, breaking apart and reforming as they flowed about. There were runes, too, dancing in and among the circles, but the circles themselves were the most prominent members of the dream. When he woke up, he remembered that, but wasn't sure if there was any more to the dream. Probably not. Birkin thought about his agenda for the day. It was the weekend now, which is why Nico was free, and that meant going to church. That was a strange thought. He did not want to go. In fact, he needed to. Now that he knew about the supernatural world, it broke church out of being a routine thing. Unfortunately, he hadn't been answered on whether or not they were right, but maybe a new perspective on that would help. First, though, he would have to shower. He probably should have showered the night before, but he'd scrubbed of the bits of blood he got on him and gone to bed. Trying to draw precisely was exhausting. Blood Chapter 19. The next evening Erkin prepared himself for church. He started with a shower. It wouldn't do to go smelling of blood or sweat, or anything else. He may not have been the type to wear a suit to church, but being clean was still necessary. It was only a short drive and then he found himself heading inside. "Good evening," the greeter extended his hand. "Good evening," Erkin shook it and nodded. He wasn't sure why he expected things to be different. As usual, there weren't too many people. That was how Saturday night services worked. Most people went on Sunday morning or didn't care enough to go at all. Mostly the latter. That said, there was always a small group of those who were consistently busy in the morning or just preferred evening services. Birkin stood through the opening worship. He wasn't much for singing himself, though he could appreciate it. Some of the songs had lyrics that didn't make much sense if he stopped to think about them regardless of their intended context. He supposed there was always artistic license. Then there were announcements. They were always recruiting people for Bible studies. They were usually in the evening or morning, but often while he was working or outside of his normal hours. The sermon started off slowly, and Erkin's mind wandered. He still considered himself a Christian, even if he wasn't particularly devout. Perhaps that would change. He had to think about why he was a Christian to begin with. The simplest answer was that his parents were. He'd gone to church with them, so the natural result was to be a Christian too. However, he'd still been convinced that it was the truth. He believed Jesus was a real person, not only real, but he had performed various miracles as recorded by the many authors who wrote the books that made up the New Testament. More importantly, Jesus was the Son of God. Otherwise the rest of everything was pointless. Erkin had a scientific mind, but most of modern scientific ideas and Christian theology weren't incompatible, no matter what some people said. Of course, there was the origin of everything at stake. Birkin realized he should probably pay attention more. The pastor wasn't boring, but it was hard to sit and listen to something not specifically designed for entertainment. Especially with so many other thoughts on his mind. Then they were to take the blood of that lamb and spread it on the doorposts, on the side and across the top. Well, it was a good thing they were planning to leave, wasn't it? The pastor laughed. It would have been quite some effort to clean that up. Erkin nodded. It sure was a pain, it liked to stain things. Even the brushes Nico used were stained and he had special cleaning methods. The pastor continued to talk about Passover. It was the turning point of the most important event in Israelite history. That was important because Jesus came as a sacrifice for their sins, one that would last longer than lambs or other animals. That was a whole thing in and of itself, but Erkin found his mind drifting down that road. What it came down to was that blood was important. It represented life. It was life. It was also magic. Erkin wasn't willing to make a quick judgment on the situation. Eternity was at stake, after all. It was worth considering carefully. Except maybe there was an eternity, but in that case he still needed to be certain. Though they might appear similar, magic and miracles weren't necessarily the same things. In fact, if miracles were real, an understanding of magic would make them even greater. Miracles would be things that couldn't be accomplished by people even with magic. Things done with the power of God. Or it was all just magic to begin with and everything was a farce. However, that deserves some thinking. Maybe he would ask Nico and talk with Savina more. After all, if they had access to information he didn't, they could inform his decisions. He needed actual facts, not just speculation. During slow sections of work the next night, Erkin couldn't help but scribble runes idly. He didn't know what they meant yet, but he did know they only did anything if drawn in blood and were intentionally activated. Otherwise, he would have been more careful. He had a reference and was familiarizing himself with the shapes as well as the names for them. What's that? Akio asked, leaning around Erkin. Stuff from a game, Erkin answered. That excuse was the reason he wasn't worried, though it was a little awkward to say. You play games? I never hear you talk about them. Erkin shook his head. Not much. Not a lot of free time, really. Yeah, I know the feeling. Akio shook his head. Can't wait till my thesis is done. So what, you can double the amount of time you spend in the lab. You make it sound so bad. Besides, they don't let people work more than 12 hours. Just don't become a workaholic. What else is there to do? Go out with girls? Akio scratched his chin. How's that going for you anyway? Oh, well, I'm not sure. I thought you liked her. I do, but you're not sure if she's right for you? I have no advice for you there. Akio shrugged. Don't worry about it too much, and don't let your parents pressure you into anything. Aren't you the one who was considering an arranged marriage? Hey, just because I'm fine with my parents pressuring me into stuff doesn't mean you should be. Besides, we'd meet up before deciding. Right, sounds completely different. That was something Erkin hadn't considered. His parents, not arranged marriage. They had been very worried about him as of late. To be fair, Erkin had been worried about himself. Being hospitalized twice in quick succession did that. He should probably call, or at least send an email. He wasn't sure he wanted to be caught on the phone for a couple hours. Blood Chapter 20. While Erkin had been in the hospital, the coffee obtaining schedule had returned to old habits. Erkin's return didn't do much to change that. He picked up one day like he had before, but that was it. He wasn't sure he wanted to see Savina every day. He didn't have anything in particular against her, but his initial infatuation had worn off. Coupled with learning about the supernatural world, he wasn't really sure how to act. He wasn't sure if she would still want to date him, nor was he sure he would want to date her. Erkin knew that if asked, "Do you want to date a vampire?" a large amount of the internet would say yes, but when faced with the question for real, it was a rather different situation. He still had a lot of questions to ask himself about what he actually wanted. Eventually, Erkin realized that he was being foolish. He was still friends with Savina, so asking her questions about things was a good approach. What do people do? Like, for entertainment. Hang out in their homes. Binge watch old shows. Yeah, but like. Supernatural people. The same. Oh. I thought they'd all hang out in weird nightclubs. Or something. Some people do that. Apparently. Not a huge fan. Since some of you only operate at night. It seems like there are fewer options. Yeah. Mostly. There are a few places open at night. Like Justin's. Uncle Nico is still having trouble with that. Yeah. Finding one person in a city this size isn't easy. Oh. That's not the real problem. Maybe you should talk to Uncle Nico. Erkin did have his number. He was also modern enough to use texting, even though Erkin thought it weird to text his blood magic teacher. It also felt weird to call him by his first name, but he had explained he didn't want to be called officer in private and master felt weird. Mr. Nervetti was, of course, even more out of the question. Nico? This is Erkin. I heard you had new information on Vitor? Ah. Yes. I forgot to contact you. The whole situation has been difficult. Savina said you found him? Yes, but we haven't been able to bring him in. You know Marconi? Yeah. Well, I've heard of him. Right, well, he's working for someone else. Vampires, specifically. There's a vampire mafia? That's where Vitor came from. I might be in over my head. Hopefully they don't still have it in for me. You're probably safe. But stay out of the north part of town. And make sure to practice your lessons. I will. But I doubt someone trying to kill me will let me go pick up a gallon of pig blood and some brushes. Should I carry some with me? Maybe. Though there's no point yet. Later, well, other blood will be more effective. Like yours. That sounds like a terrible idea. I have hemophilia after all. Good thing we're learning blood control next session, Sure. Any news on Justin? Actually, is it safe to text? As safe as anything electronic is. Maybe a bit safer because some people are old school. He's definitely in the Shadowlands. Which would put him more in danger, but he's proven his ability to survive there. They're probably trying to track him down. Right. Who's they anyway? The Vampire Mafia? Do they have a name? Erkin supposed it made sense. The word mafia wasn't just used for no reason. The most prominent organized crime had been heard of out of Italy. Even Marconi was probably real mafia. Likewise, it made sense for the Vampire Mafia to be Nervetti. That would also explain why Savina didn't speak of most of her family. Only her immediate family and uncle's family. It had been easy enough to assume they were the only ones or that they didn't keep track out to third cousins like his family. It was easy enough to say that you wouldn't judge people for their families, but when their family was the Vampire Mafia, it was harder than Erkin had thought. That was dumb, because logically it shouldn't have mattered. Savina and Nico had done nothing but treat him well. However, humans weren't made up of just logic. They were also made of flesh and blood and other squishy living parts that made things difficult. Erkin was glad he had a few more days before meeting up with Nico again. Nico Nervetti pricked the tip of his finger with a sharp knife. A drop of blood came out and hung down, then stretched. Then it shrank and pulled against gravity. Blood control is an important skill to have, not just for vampires, also for blood mages. When you are required to use your own blood, you don't want to bleed out. This is especially important for those who cannot regenerate, and even if you later cease to practice blood magic, it will be useful. You have hemophilia, correct? You will be able to make your blood clot with practice. It has more immediate results than medicine. I hadn't thought about that. I wouldn't have expected it. It's quite outside of normal expectations. Now, what is different about what I am currently doing and what you have seen my niece doing? No magic circle. Quite right. Nico nodded. If you required a magic circle, it would barely be of use except in extreme circumstances. However, with practice, controlling your own blood is trivial and only takes very little energy. What about controlling someone else's blood? Difficult. Without a magic circle, nigh impossible. Nico inclined his head, though it is one step easier for vampires, who have a strong affinity for blood and blood magic. Regardless, controlling blood inside another person is difficult to the point of being useless. At least, with any finesse. Even causing someone to faint requires a magic circle or prolonged physical contact, at which point you might as well just strangle them. Regardless, we aren't here for that today. We're here for personal blood control. Right, how do we get started? First, another circle. That will give you a feel for how it's done. Then maybe next week you can do it without. Next week? Is today going to be short? Nico smiled. It's not so easy to learn. Besides, you will be using your own blood. There's only so much of that to practice with. Right? Don't worry. I can stop the bleeding. We will also be using pig's blood as a power source, so you don't need much of your own. Okay. Birkin nodded. He wasn't much fond of bleeding, but he did like the idea of controlling his own blood. He just hoped it didn't hurt much. Blood Chapter 21. Nico held up a small but sharp knife. Now, before we do anything unwise, it's best to think about what we want. First, how much blood do you need? A drop is easy to get from anywhere. If you need enough for combat, how much? Opening a vein when you don't need to is unwise, to say the least. Especially for you. Until you learn how to coagulate blood in an instant, we won't do more than a little poke. Of course, you must also learn how much is required for the desired results. You can use more, but that can result in a larger effect than intended and collateral damage, or just a waste of blood. It can take a month or more for humans. Nico handed over a printout with notes and a drawing of the circulatory system. Ignore anything related to the neck there. It's suicide for a human, even if you know how to seal off blood vessels and coerce them to heal. Birkin took the notes and looked them over. At each point it showed how easy it was to get a large flow of blood, and how much you could expect. Of course, most of the spots were large veins. This is kind of weird. It's just basic stuff from an anatomy class, but nobody much cares about how quickly you'll bleed to death there. Not until medical classes anyway. Nico shrugged. Not as relevant for a vampire since we can regenerate naturally and can survive with very little blood if necessary. Now then, he held the knife meaningfully. Where do you think a good place to get just a small amount of blood is? The palm? Birkin remembered testing blood types in a high school science class. Really? Nico raised an eyebrow. Now why would anyone want to do that? He pulled out another paper. The hands contain some of the most nerve endings in the entire body. It's quite painful. There are better options. Like the back of your forearm. Doesn't hurt too much, doesn't bleed too much, overall, it's not bad. You might need to wear long-sleeve shirts, however. If you have time, like today, you can use the calf. It's not especially convenient, but easier to cover up. Oh, right. Birkin nodded. It was probably better if he didn't show up to work with cuts all over his arms. They might think he had a problem. Though, he supposed finding out he was practicing blood magic wouldn't go over any better. Even if it was perfectly fine, it certainly seemed problematic. Now then, it's time for practice. Nico held up a shot glass. You'll need somewhere to store the blood. If you can already control it, then it's not necessary. But we'll start from the basics. You'll want to work quickly but carefully, or the blood will lose its potency. He threw one leg up on a table and pulled back the leg of his pants. Maybe start wearing dark pants until you can clean out blood. Then he held up the knife which tapered to a sharp point. See this here? He squeezed his fingers around the blade near the point. If you hold your fingers like this, you can control the depth. He stabbed into the side of his calf and blood flowed out in a steady trickle. You don't want to stab slowly, since that extends the pain, but of course you also don't want to go deep. He pressed the shot glass against his leg and the blood trickled into there. Then he waved his hand with it about halfway full, and a scab formed nearly instantly on his leg, then the wound disappeared. For today I'll be stopping the blood flow. Obviously you won't heal instantly after. Nico quickly dipped the brush in Pig's blood and drew out a circle. It was small and simple, relatively. His practiced hand made it look much easier than it would actually be once Erkin started trying. Concentrate on your blood. That is fairly simple, since you have a connection, but this is a targeted spell. It's important to not be distracted as you finish. The circle shimmered slightly, and the blood in the shot glass, which was placed in the center of the circle, floated up into the air and into a ball. It continued to float there. For this amount, Pig's blood can last about a minute. Nico furrowed his brow in concentration as he moved the ball around, stretching it out into a ring and even having it form into his name. Just holding it up is good practice. Eventually you'll get a hang for it and not even need a circle. In that case it uses your own blood, but it's much more efficient. Depending on various factors, human blood has 10 times or more potency. Erkin saw the pig blood in the circle shrivel up until there was only crusty traces remaining, but the blood remained floating. However, after another minute he noticed it was shrinking in volume ever so slightly. Then Nico lowered it back into the shot glass. My blood could probably last half an hour or so there. No point in using it all up. Nico pressed his finger into the shot glass, and the blood turned into tiny little tendrils that latched on, then the mass slowly disappeared as it flowed into him. As a vampire I can reabsorb my blood without much issue. It will be much harder for you, especially without an open wound, but you also have to worry more about contaminants. At least, outside of here. Right. Erkin looked nervously in front of him. I guess it's time to actually do this. Now's as good of time as any. However, you don't have to. It's a big step. Erkin shook his head. No, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of blood or a little pain. You can seal the wound, right? Absolutely. I taught Savina everything she knows. Stopping a little bleeding is nothing. Right. Okay, then. Erkin put his leg on the desk. It was an awkward standing position. He held the dagger between his fingers. Is this the right amount? Maybe a bit less, for a start. Don't hesitate. Erkin nodded, took a deep breath, and jabbed the tip of the dagger into the side of his calf. The blood flowed out so smoothly he almost forgot to gather it with the shot glass. Once he had enough, Nico reached over to touch his leg and the flow stopped within a few seconds. Better get started. Erkin nodded again. That was about the limit of his communication ability. He looked at the template drawing and started drawing with Pig's blood, as quickly as his hands would work as they trembled nervously. Blood Chapter 22. As far as magic circles went, the one to control blood was relatively simple. However, with a time limit Erkin still made a few mistakes. That meant he had to use the provided sponge to sop up some of the blood and draw again. At least the blood didn't strongly stick to the surface below. Then he finished the circle, activating it as he concentrated on his blood in the shot glass. At first it didn't do anything, but then Erkin realized he had to make it do something. Thus, he willed it to float. Most of it got left behind, and he had to will all of it to float. It didn't form into a smooth sphere like Nico's had. In fact, it was more of a wobbly mess. It bounced up and down continuously until Erkin got the hang of holding it instead of just moving it. At that point it more or less settled into a sphere, then it started to tremble once more. Erkin wasn't sure what was causing it at first, but then he noticed the magic circle was almost faded, and the energy was gone. At that point he was supposed to concentrate on using his blood as the source. The blood outside him, specifically. Erkin did that. It took more effort, but he managed to keep the sphere afloat for a bit longer. It started shrinking slightly, and then he lost control. It splashed down into the area below, no longer centered on the shot glass but instead washing over the remnants of the pig's blood. His head hurt. It was like concentrating on a difficult puzzle for a long time, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. He felt his forehead. Sweat? He hadn't even noticed, but he was dripping all over. Then he turned to Nico. Nico Nervetti nodded. Not bad. It will become easier with practice, such that you can continue controlling the blood until its own energy ceases. More than just that much, with sufficient practice. Try to remember that feeling. You won't need such a circle eventually. How long? Nico shrugged. It's hard to say. It depends how much you practice. If you only work at it 1 day a week, it could be quite some time. Months, even. As for the short end, that would depend on your amount of practice. What about talent? Without practice, no amount of talent is sufficient. Anyone who tells you that someone has done something perfectly on their first attempt or two is lying, or just mistaken. Practicing in a similar field still counts. Is there anything similar to blood magic? Other magic? Nico spread out his hands, though I can't say much about them. However, that mental fatigue you feel would happen while controlling any magic. Other skills might be less transferable. That said, you're unlikely to find anyone to teach you anything else. The people who can do so are rare, and they like to keep themselves secret and their magic more so. At least blood magic can be practiced by all vampires, though of course that doesn't mean all vampires actually know blood magic. It's not that easy. I've noticed, Erkin sighed, I've barely learned anything in 2 weeks. It's hard to last through an all-day session. Unfortunately, I don't have any other days free. Savina does though. Ah, could she teach me? I don't actually know what she can do. She has no experience in teaching, but she has significant experience. Not enough to be considered any sort of master yet, but she's still young. Perhaps it might be good practice for her to teach you. You might pick up some bad habits though. However, you would certainly learn more per week. In that case, I'll ask if she will. Erkin didn't want to wait until he next was sent on a coffee run, and talking about blood magic there wasn't a good idea anyway. Thus, he texted Savina as soon as he could. He was mentally fatigued, so Nico had cut off the session early. Hey! Can you teach me blood magic? Things not going well with Uncle? Oh, no. Things are great. However, a lot of work 1 day a week is kinda not great. I didn't get a degree just by going to school 1 day a week, you know? I see. Well, I'm not sure. Erkin wanted to ask what she wasn't sure of. He'd seen her use blood magic even if he was mostly unconscious, but she'd been quick and effective. So she was definitely capable. Maybe she just wasn't sure she wanted to do it with him. He couldn't think of anything to say for the next few minutes. Uncle Nico says it should be fine. I've never taught anyone before. But I could certainly help you with the basics and practice. Great. You sure you want to? Absolutely. Alright, when is good for you? Anytime after work. I was thinking a couple hours, maybe 1 or 2 days a week. Maybe Monday and Wednesday then. That would give you time to rest up between sessions. Uncle Nico says we can use his training facilities. So, what time? Erkin cursed. Maybe he should wear gloves. He looked at the blood on the slide. He didn't consider himself clumsy, but he often got small nicks and cuts that nobody else seemed to. His skin seemed just a bit weak, but even that couldn't explain why he always bled so easily. Hemophilia couldn't account for that either, since that only made the bleeding harder to stop. He wished he could just flick the blood away. At least that way he wouldn't have to go get a new slide. As he imagined it, about half of the drop flew away from the slide. He concentrated, specifically remembering what it had felt like. Then he intentionally slid the rest of the blood away. It got onto the floor, but nobody would care about a half drop of blood. There was a bit more pooling up on his finger, however. Erkin considered trying to make it clot, but also considered that he had no idea how. After a few minutes of glaring angrily at his finger, he realized he should have probably gone and put a bandage on it long before. At least it was easy to clean off. He even held the blood inside for a few moments as he placed the bandage on. That wasn't actually any more effective than just pressing down, but it felt cool. Then Erkin looked around, and pulled out the slide. He removed the bandage and intentionally let his finger drip onto the slide, coaxing out more so he could get a full drop. Then he took it over to a microscope. He had to see what happened up close. Blood Chapter 23. Under the microscope, the red blood cells looked normal. Erkin had seen blood under a microscope many times, both others and his own. However, what he was interested in wasn't the normal function of the blood cells. He concentrated on a particular cell and tried to get it to move. However, nothing happened. Erkin wondered if the solution he had mixed with the blood to prevent it from coagulating was interfering with his control. It probably was, but it was hard to say for sure. There was a bit more he had to try. After all, the energy had to come from somewhere. Moving around a single blood cell might not be possible. More importantly, he hadn't tried anything on that scale before. Erkin tried again, gently nudging an area. This time, the blood cells moved in a group. Erkin slowly formed a circle with the same blood rotating around it. That would allow him to observe the effects on the actual cells. It was hard to catch the effect with any particular cell at first, but overall Erkin saw a slight twisting and warping in the cells. Then some of them burst and shriveled up into almost nothing. They lost their red color, and along with it were almost impossible to see under the microscope. The process continued as he swirled the grouping of cells around until he only had a few dozen. At that point, it was difficult to control. Feeling a bit dizzy, Erkin went to sit down. He wondered if he'd actually used some of his internal blood to power the movement, but only for a moment. It wasn't that easy to do on accident. Instead, it was just the concentration that had gotten to him. Looking through a microscope and performing very precise control over blood was mentally taxing. All magic came with some degree of mental fatigue, and controlling blood required direct effort on his part. It was actually easier to control a larger amount, since he didn't have to worry about moving any part of it a few extra millimeters. However, he did think it was good practice. Without the microscope, he couldn't tell exactly what he was doing, so even if he achieved control that precise, there was no way to know. He might have to recommend that to Nico. Training blood magic with Savina wasn't a date, but going into it Erkin thought it felt like one. Maybe that was because he'd spent so much time not going anywhere with anyone, but he'd been busy with work and had other priorities. However, it wasn't a date. Erkin wasn't even sure he wanted to date a vampire. When he said it to himself like that, it sounded bad. Erkin was the sort to break things down into a practical list, so he did. First of all, vampires couldn't go out during the day, at least not comfortably. He usually didn't either, but he could, and there was the practical side of meeting family or other daytime activities to consider. That was important. A second, much more distant concern was children. His parents wanted him to have children more than he did, but that didn't mean he didn't also want it to happen. At some point. He didn't know whether he could even have children with a vampire, though Savina had mentioned that they could be born. If it was possible, he wasn't sure if they would be vampires or humans or something in between, whatever that was. He could ask Savina, but he decided he had better look it up himself. Training with Savina for a couple of days helped Erkin get a much firmer grasp on some of the basics of blood magic. One night, they went over various runes, meanings, and how they were used. It was just an overview, but it let Erkin see why some things worked. Nico hadn't gotten to that part yet. With 1 day a week to teach, starting with practical applications to make sure Erkin could actually do blood magic was a logical thing to do. However, now he had some chances to learn during the week, and even some homework to study in his free time. It quickly became clear that Savina knew what she was doing. Not that Erkin had ever doubted that, but her knowledge of the subject was quite deep. Then again, that made sense. If she'd been training most of her life or even since she was a teenager, then she could easily be at a doctorate level of understanding. Not that they gave doctorates in blood magic, but she would be a master, or what do you call people skilled in blood magic, or any magic? Are there titles? Generally, magic has neophytes, mages, and masters, Savina explained. Of course, different sorts use different terminology. I'm a bit away from being a master of blood magic, though of course there are differences between beginning masters and those who have practiced for longer. Uncle Nico has another 20 years of experience on me, and he's one of the top mages on the West Coast. Impressive. Savina nodded. It is a fine accolade, even though there are probably only perhaps a few thousand mages on the entire West Coast. He could be considered in the top 50, perhaps. It's hard to say more concretely than that, since there isn't an effective way to rank people. Then I'm very lucky he's teaching me. Erkin hadn't realized it right away, but of course not everyone in the supernatural world practiced magic, so mages would be an even smaller part of the population. You are, Savina nodded, though he's had a number of apprentices before. Most of the time he dismissed them after a week. That includes my brother. Really? Why? He seemed pretty easygoing to me. He said they didn't devote themselves to learning, and that it was a waste of his time. Well, I'd better work hard then. After all, we haven't really done that much yet in our few sessions. Blood Chapter 24. Erkin was demonstrating his practice with blood control. He only had so much he could practice, as evidenced by the few small wounds on his leg. I don't know how to instantly clot it yet, so I'll need your help for that. Savina nodded. All right, I can do that. Erkin looked closely at the dagger. He knew it was sterilized, but it was still weird to be stabbing himself. He pinched off all but the very tip, then stabbed it into his leg. Immediately, fresh, hot blood began flowing out, gathering into a shot glass. Savina reached out and touched his leg. Fortunately, she didn't need to draw a magic circle to clot a small wound. It took her perhaps twice as long as it did Nico, but it was still less than 10 seconds. With a mental sweep, Erkin wiped the rest of the blood off of his leg and into the shot glass, leaving his leg clean. Then, he floated the ball of blood. This time, he was able to keep it up until it nearly entirely disappeared. It still trembled some, but it was also much steadier. He was also sweating less than his first attempt. Well? He looked over at Savina. Oh, you've been practicing a lot. No circle? Nope. I pretty much got the feeling the first time. I can't control other blood though. Does going to buy pig's blood ever feel normal? Sure. Savina grinned. Way more people are using it for normal stuff. Nobody cares. Erkin considered Savina's smile. There was nothing weird about if she wasn't a vampire. Since she was a vampire, it was odd that there were no fangs. However, apparently they looked like normal teeth unless a vampire was about to feed. At least, if they wanted them to. He'd been reading up on a lot of things recently, and perhaps spending a bit less time working than he should have been. I'd feel better if I could get it from Justin. Is that weird? Nah. You were friends, right? At least friendly acquaintances. Savina tapped her chin. Speaking of which, it would be good to teach you to sense blood. I can't say I'm particularly good at it since, well, I can smell it, but for you it could be quite useful. How so? Erkin frowned as he thought. I mean, I suppose being able to find some in an emergency could be useful, but I'm not expecting bottles of blood to just be lying around. Of course not, depending on your location. Savina looked over toward the refrigerator in the corner, which contained at least a dozen bottles of blood. However, it's not useful just for that. You can sense blood in people, and through that what sort of people they are. Humans, vampires, werewolves, or whatever. Even ghouls like Justin have blood. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Is there a magic circle involved? Of course. It doesn't take much energy though, so it's almost perfectly safe to do without. As long as you haven't been losing a lot of blood recently, Savina smiled awkwardly. Erkin shrugged. I'd be almost recovered at this point even if they hadn't given me blood transfusions at the hospital. Oh? Yeah. Right. Savina frowned for a moment. That makes sense. So, what's the magic circle like? I bet it involves blood. The runes for blood magic didn't all have just one concrete meaning, but pretty much everything used one that always meant blood. It was rather essential. Good guess, Savina rolled her eyes. Well, I haven't really used it in a while, so, she walked over to the shelves, it should be in here somewhere. At least I can critique your writing. Surprisingly, most of the books on the shelves weren't old tomes. In fact, many of them weren't strictly books at all. Savina returned with a binder full of laminated sheets of paper. Ah, it should be here, then. She opened it to a particular page and set the binder down. There's only me, you, and pig's blood nearby. You won't be able to sense anything else without a lot of practice. Distance and walls are the hardest parts. Actually, I can only sense a dozen yards in open space, Savina shrugged, but it's not like it did me much good anyway. She tapped her nose. This works much better. Erkin carefully looked over the whole circle before he started drawing. It was more complicated than the one for moving his own blood, but less complicated than the one that effectively did nothing but run itself out of energy. Erkin did appreciate that it was going to use entirely external blood and none of his own. He would need a little extra sitting in the center to use his power so the actual circle didn't run out quickly, but that was just another step of the process. He didn't quite get everything right the first time, but as long as he wasn't so slow that the blood all dried out, it was fine. He might need to use a bit of extra pig's blood for its energy at that point, but it was cheap. Relatively. He carefully mopped up the few mistakes that Savina pointed out and redid them. Then once he got the approval, he activated the magic circle, concentrating on sensing the blood around him. It really was limited by range. He could sense himself, the bottle of blood at the desk, and Savina who was standing next to him, but he couldn't sense any of the bottles in the fridge. Erkin could tell there was some difference between the three types of blood besides location. There were a few things, but the only clear one was weakest to strongest, the pig's blood, his own, and then Savina's. He already knew that though, but it was nice to feel it. He tried to sense the blood in the fridge, but concentrating on that took a lot of effort and used up the last of the blood in the circle. Phew, Erkin wiped his forehead. How come no one ever talks about blood magic being sweaty? Blood Chapter 25. Practice with blood magic had been going well. Enough so that Erkin was confident in doing any spell by the book. Or rather, he was confident that he could copy anything from a book. He had memorized the various runes, but as for whole spells, there were only one or two he could reproduce from memory. Creating his own, except for something very simple, would be impossible. Of course, that also only applied to things meant for a single person to accomplish. There were also magic circles that could encompass a whole room, and those were much more complicated and prone to mistakes. They were also the sort of thing that brought to mind the typical idea of blood magic, a big central altar from which blood flowed through gutters throughout the room. Usually it would be dark, with only a bit of candlelight flickering off of the blood. That was also the kind of thing that usually came to human sacrifices, which was the problematic part. Not that he needed to be told, but Nico informed Erkin that human or werewolf, vampire, or any sapient sacrifices for blood magic were at least twice as illegal as normal murder. It was still murder, but gross misuse of magic was at least equivalent to murder depending on the circumstances. It could lead to immediate execution instead of any form of imprisonment. They couldn't afford to be careless with people, and it wasn't something you could do by accident anyway. Nico nodded as he watched Erkin work. I see the extra practice throughout the week has helped. I'd almost think you'd spent more than a month at this. I've had lots of practice learning. It's not really something people think about getting better at unless they go through a lot of school, Erkin shrugged. So what are we doing today? A very exciting subject. Blood clotting. Useful for you, at least. Yeah, Erkin thought about the several wounds he had from his practice controlling his blood. It would certainly be useful. I just wish I could regenerate like you. Nico spread his arms. Alas, that is not so easy to accomplish. Though in addition to making sure your tools are sharp and clean, there are some techniques to reduce scarring, at least. But one step at a time. Ceasing bleeding is useful even for a normal blood mage, and not just with those with your condition. it is another aspect of blood control. Likewise, that means it is much more easily accomplished with your own blood. When you had your troubles, my niece chose instead to reintroduce your blood to your body, since controlling blood inside you was more difficult and likely to fail. A fortuitous decision, because with your affinity for magic it would have been even harder to control blood inside you. She probably also expected that I would mostly stop bleeding on my own. Erkin shrugged. So, what do we do first? First you watch me, again. I can show you a number of times with minimal blood loss, and my wounds will regenerate as well. That does take some energy, but it's easily replenished. Pig's blood, while not particularly appetizing, is plentiful. Nico prepared his dagger, holding it up to his forearm. Now, again, I'd not recommend using your arm for most beginner practice, but I will heal and it's easier than sticking my foot up on the table. Make sure to watch the magic carefully. Erkin knew that while Nico would heal, he could still feel pain, so he didn't want to have to demonstrate too many times. Okay, I'm ready. Nico pierced his arm. Blood flowed out, a lot of blood, actually. Nico had cut a vein. However, that didn't matter. What mattered was what was happening inside. Erkin could feel the magic. In a way, he could see it too. If he was later asked to describe what had happened, he would have had to cheat. It was blood clotting, obviously. He might even be able to reproduce it with magic. But explaining it with words? Difficult. Sorry, could you do it one more time? Nico's blood had finished clotting, and the wound had even closed up. Saying it was healed would be an overstatement, however. Of course, Nico nodded. Just a moment. Pay attention to this, as well. Reintroducing blood isn't as easy as you might think. Nico had gathered the blood that had dripped down from his arm, and now he pierced a vein again. However, instead of letting blood flow out, he kept it inside. At the same time, he slowly reintroduced the other blood. Try to avoid bringing any contaminants. Likewise, don't be too fast. Also, when practicing clotting yourself, if you have the capacity, it is better to stop the blood from flowing out as well. However, watching two different magical effects is more difficult. While Nico sometimes described particular things as difficult, he never made them look difficult. He was even able to carry out explanations while performing magic, while Erkin did good not to grunt. After Nico's second demonstration clearly slowed down to make it easier to follow, Erkin felt confident enough to try. I think I know how it works. I should be able to do it. Erkin closed his eyes for a moment. I can do it. Maybe not fast, though. Nico nodded. Good. I will monitor your condition. If you appear to be in danger, I will take over. At that time, you need to stop attempting to control your blood, and let me do it. With me watching, using your arm here is okay, it will be closer and easier to concentrate on. Right. Okay. Erkin nodded, taking a deep breath. This was different from before. Now, he would be bleeding until he could make it stop. That meant it had to be more than a tiny pinprick, because even with hemophilia those stopped bleeding on their own. Piercing a vein would be a bit ambitious, especially considering recovering afterwards. Erkin carefully measured, chose a place, and stabbed himself in the arm, not deep, but certainly not a shallow stab. Now he was bleeding. He tried not to think about that. Blood didn't bother him, but thinking about the fact that he would be continuously bleeding until he finished would only distract him from stopping it. He just needed to replicate what Nico did. It was just that his body didn't have any clotting factor to work with in the first place. Blood Chapter 26. Blood flowed from his arm, too much blood. He needed to stop it. He could stop it. Erkin did just that, but that didn't solve the problem. He was basically just holding a hand on the wound, it wasn't really stopped. Once his concentration lapsed, it would continue to bleed. He had to actually make it clot, like Nico had demonstrated. But for that, he had to let it flow. He just didn't have the mental capacity to do both things at the same time. He avoided thinking about how much blood was getting out while he concentrated on clotting it. Erkin concentrated on remembering how it went with Nico, trying to replicate the process. There was just one problem. He was still missing the necessary clotting factors. Rather, some of them were very rare. While he could control the process, the necessary clotting factor. Since he had hemophilia, he was missing factor 9. However, trying to single that out among all the other components of his blood was difficult. He already had plenty of everything else, and he did have some factor 9. All he had to do was speed up the flow of just that factor through his blood and keep it from moving past. Easy, right? Somehow, he managed it. He knew it was his doing, since on its own the wound would have almost never stopped bleeding on its own. This way, it only took a few minutes, which was still a very long time to be bleeding. Even with additional factor 9 from regular injections, he was still low. Once he was sure the clot was strong enough to hold on its own, Erkin let out a slow breath. Then he looked down. Holy cow, that's a lot of blood. It had all gone into one of the containers on the desk, but it coated the entire bottom. How much is that? Nico shrugged. Less than 50 ounces, I presume. I detect no loss in blood pressure or irregularity in your heartbeat. Nico looked down at the blood carefully. Hold that up and we can measure it. Nico walked over to one of the shelves that had protractors and rulers, which made Erkin wonder why he hadn't gotten to use those to draw circles. Come on then, a nice sphere, if you can. Erkin was tired, but he could do that still. He had a lot of practice with spheres. It was just that they weren't normally so large, but it wasn't actually much more difficult than something smaller, and it was still easier than working on the microscopic scale. Nico tried to estimate the radius, then just stabbed the ruler through the center of the sphere until it came out the other side. Ah, I see. 6 inches. That's the diameter? Obviously it wasn't the radius, the ball wasn't a whole foot in each direction. It was still an awful lot of blood. Right. How do you feel? Tired? New magic is hard. Lightheaded? From blood loss? Not really. Then everything is fine. I would suggest not performing any more blood magic with your own blood for a while. Which means next we should dash. Nico's phone beeped. Ah, that sounds like work. Oh. Should I go? Nico held up a finger while he read the text. You can, or you can come with me. Mortimer found Justin. Who's Mortimer? Ah, he's the one who initially found Justin. He's a normal human. Nico shrugged, at least as much as anyone trained to hunt undead can be. Do you want to come? Are you planning to arrest Justin? Nico shook his head. I haven't been ordered to or given a warrant, and I like Justin. That said, if not for some special circumstances he would have been quite over the line. But no, we're just going to talk. It will probably take all day to get there and back. I'll go then. Excellent. Oh, and we'll be out of cell phone reception, so if you have any concerns there. Right, Erkin started tapping on his phone. Battery, about to die, whoops. Erkin shrugged. There. Not that anyone should be calling, but maybe in the morning my parents or something. Excellent. We'll take my car. When they arrived at City Hall, Erkin was confused. Obviously it wasn't the real City Hall. This was the supernatural one. Is this place out of cell phone range? Oh, do they block incoming signals? Oh, I see. Nico nodded. I forgot to mention we're going to the Shadowlands. Ah, I see. Erkin wasn't sure what to say to that. Hearing about a mysterious other place was one thing, going there was something else. So we have to stop by here to let them know? This is how we get there. It's one of the few official ways near here. This place is easiest because I'm an officer in. Mortimer works here. Speaking of which, he waved. Hey, over here. Ah. A thin man wearing glasses walked over. He smiled. Nico. Good to see you. This is Erkin then? Erkin nodded. You're Mortimer? That's right. I was expecting something different from an undead hunter. Mortimer smiled pleasantly. Everyone does. Also, I prefer the term gravekeeper. I don't kill everyone, you know. Mortimer was middle-aged, thin, and while he seemed fit, he didn't appear particularly strong. He also wore a backpack, which somewhat clashed with his otherwise professional attire. Ah, sorry. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I can afford to look like this because if I'm fighting undead up close, I've already lost. Normal people aren't going to overpower anything stronger than a regular zombie. Now then, Justin got in contact with me. He and Rosa went into hiding after the attack. Fortunately, he was willing to talk to me, but given the circumstances he still prefers to remain in hiding. Mortimer looked at Nico, however, he trusts you enough to see you. Mortimer smiled at Erkin. Meanwhile, he says you were his favorite human customer, and he would like to explain some things to you. Now then, I've already gotten us cleared to go through. Right this way. Blood Chapter 27. Ahead of the group was a checkpoint, much like Erkin recognized from airports and courthouses, except on a smaller scale. There was a hallway beyond the several armed guards. Mortimer nodded to the guards as he, Nico, and Erkin walked up. There was no one else in line, and the guards only took a quick look at the IDs of the three before passing them through as one of the guards logged something in a computer. Erkin briefly wondered if they were all humans, as they appeared, but he couldn't exactly check. He wasn't sure if it was safe for him to use internal blood even if he had been full, and using magic in front of guards wasn't the wisest idea. Sure, it was harmless, but in the time it took them to confirm that he could imagine all sorts of bad things happening. They walked down the hall and turned a corner. So, Erkin asked, when do we get to the Shadowlands? Mortimer's thin face grinned, we're already here. Eh? Erkin blinked, aren't we supposed to go through a magic portal or gate or something? Nico shook his head, it's not magic, exactly. You wouldn't necessarily sense it. As they turned another corner, Erkin was certain they really were somewhere else. By this point they should have run into other corridors he had seen. They hadn't gone up or down, and he had just seen it on the other side of the wall. Instead, there were just 2 turns in the corridor and more guards. However, nobody was stopping them from moving through, though they were watched and one guard did check a computer as they approached. Then they passed a receptionist's desk and were outside. They certainly hadn't walked far enough to get outside the administration they had entered, so Erkin was convinced. The other point was that it was darker. It had already been nighttime, but there were fewer street lamps. The reason for that seemed to be, there was less street. However, that wasn't the sole reason for lack of light. The other reason was that there were no stars. Looking up at the sky, there was just black. Whoa. Weird. Mortimer nodded, it's strange, isn't it? During the day, it turns to gray. The three walked down a few streets and suddenly found themselves outside of the city or what little city there was. It was more like a handful of buildings. Erkin couldn't really see them clearly, though. Mortimer pulled out a pair of flashlights from his backpack. Seeing that Nico had a rucksack as well, Erkin wondered if he should have brought something, but he hadn't exactly gotten any warning, nor did he have any idea what he would bring. Pig's blood, maybe. Not that he could do any blood magic fast enough to deal with anything dangerous. Is it safe here? The three of them were walking along an unpaved dirt road. Mortimer's flashlight was powerful enough to light it clearly, so Erkin wasn't worried about stumbling even without using the extra he'd been handed. However, beyond the flashlight there was just sharp darkness. Mortimer shrugged at Erkin's question. Near the government area it's about as safe as your neighborhood at night. I was hospitalized twice last month. I know. There was silence for a few moments before Mortimer continued, don't worry though, Nico is here. You'll be safe. What about you? He'll keep me safe too. Huh. Nico laughed, Mortimer can take care of himself though. In the distance, Erkin heard the howling of wolves. He looked in that direction, but just saw more darkness. Should we be worried about that? Mortimer shook his head, it's likely just some werewolves out camping. They can't exactly let loose anywhere else. It's far too risky. Erkin tried to keep some light conversation going as they walked through the darkness, so he wouldn't have to think about it too much. After over an hour of walking, they turned off the road for another hour. From what Erkin saw, there was just more dirt and scraggly little bushes. He couldn't say whether he recognized them or not because of the poor lighting. Then Erkin smelled something. The ocean? Erkin frowned. I don't hear waves though. Correct on both accounts, Mortimer nodded. He stopped for a moment and swept the flashlight around, stopping on a boulder. Ah, this way. Why would there be no waves? Erkin asked. Why would there be waves? Mortimer replied. Well, tides and stuff. Erkin looked up at the sky, which are largely related to the moon. Exactly. This isn't Earth, after all. The light reflected off of something shiny. Mortimer swept the light around again. Looks right. Justin should be here to meet us soon. He's already here, Nico said and pointed towards the water. Mortimer shone the flashlight on it, but it just appeared to be black with a smear of light on top. It wasn't possible to see down into it. Then, suddenly, there was splashing as a figure rose out of the water. Ah, way to spoil it. Erkin recognized Justin as he shook his wet hair. How did you notice? I thought the salt would cover me up. Nico nodded. The smell of salt is very strong, but you walked along the shore to get there. Your scent remained behind, so it wasn't that long ago. Where's Rosa? Oh, she stayed behind. She's not a fan of hiking. Nor the Shadowlands in general, but she does prefer to be here when people are after us elsewhere. Justin turned to Erkin. Oh, it's my favorite human customer. Justin grinned widely, showing his teeth, his sharp, pointed teeth that filled his whole mouth. The hands he held up had sharp nails at the ends, not quite claws. Erkin instinctively pulled back. Ha! I forgot you never saw. How did I not? Erkin frowned. He thought back. Justin often wore a surgical mask. It was a bit odd, but hadn't seemed out of place. Then again, he had seen Justin without his mask, and though he smiled, he never really showed his teeth. His hands, meanwhile, had been covered by perfectly sensible butcher's gauntlets, as Erkin wouldn't have wanted to slice a sharp knife next to his hands so much without some protection either. Wait a second, Mortimer said. I thought I was your favorite human customer. Oh please. Maybe you were at first, but this last year I've seen you once a month, at best. Erkin here came by every week. Justin turned back towards Erkin, grinning and clearly intentionally showing off as much teeth as he could. So, how have things been? Not exactly great. Right? I heard about Vitor. Sorry about that. I'll kill him for you later. Ah, that's not really necessary, Erkin swallowed. Don't worry, I insist. Justin looked at Nico. It's fine, right, Mr. Officer? Nico rolled his eyes. According to our laws, you are free to resolve your conflicts with violence. You got on pretty thin ice with those humans, though. Pfft, what was I supposed to do, call the cops? Yes. Well, be happy that I shortened the investigation time, if they would have even done anything. You know we would have investigated, especially to avoid humans being killed. They just happened to work for vampires, otherwise we would have had to deal with you. Ha! Lucky me. Justin's grin was both jovial and terrifying. Now then, let's get down to business. Blood Chapter 28. I want to kill Marconi, Justin said. Nico shook his head. Look, if I were a normal cop, dealing with normal everyday things, I'd have to say that's illegal. However, that's not the real issue here. It's impossible. Justin rolled his eyes in the near darkness. At least those were normal, unlike his teeth. It's not that hard to kill humans. Some humans are. Besides, you already know he's working with the Nervetti family. Nico grimaced at having to use his own name that way. A few silver bullets in you and that will be it. You'll be dead. Really dead. Nah, Justin shrugged. I'm afraid I have to agree with Nico, Mortimer replied. Though you may not consider anything a vital organ anymore, with enough silver bullets your body will be unable to repair itself and you will cease functioning. It may take more than a few shots, but a few clips? That will do anyone in. Last time I checked you weren't bulletproof. Justin shrugged. You mean last time someone else checked? You haven't shot me. I haven't needed to, no. Right, well, anyway, just give me some riot gear or something. Silver bullets aren't really good at being armor-piercing, right? Nico shook his head. They might have some armor-piercing silver bullets. Not pure, obviously, but they exist. Also, there's no way I can get you anything like that. Remember, you killed several people already, you're pushing the limits. If I get it for myself and it comes back full of bullets, there will be a lot of uncomfortable questions. Nico sighed. Even mafia leaders who work for the vampire mafia have some rights. They can also probably get more silver bullets than we have men. That's not counting if the Nervetti come to their aid. Fine, fine, Justin waved his clawed hand. Then I want to kill Vitor. He's just one guy, right? That could work, Nico nodded, if you can find him. However, you'd need to wait a bit. He's currently being tried for torture and attempted murder of a human. In absentia, obviously. However, once he's convicted it'll be a death sentence. Birkin frowned. Is that what that written statement was for? He vaguely remembered doing something like that. Yeah. It's possible he'd get off with a lighter sentence if he actually showed up for the trial, but abduction, torture, attempted murder, breaching the veil, mob collusion, and fleeing justice are adding up to a pretty harsh sentence. Breaching the veil is. Well, you're a normal human. Plus that officer saw him. It's dangerous for the world to know we exist. Supernaturals may be strong, but if the world knew we existed? The army comes equipped with silver bullets and we're gone, poof. There aren't that many of us. If it was an accident it would be one thing, but crimes of supernaturals against normal people are treated very seriously. Nico glared at Justin, which is why you are on very thin ice. If those first two men you killed hadn't damaged your store and been working indirectly with the Nervettis, I might be bringing you in right now. Justin shrugged. You could try. I just live out here. Mortimer raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Just forever? How's Rosa doing? Birkin had never seen a sheepish grin on a toothy maw before. It was weird. Justin shook his head. She's not happy at all. If we stay here too much longer she might try to kill me like with George. Wait, Birkin frowned. She killed George? The one who owned your butcher before you. No, she tried to kill George. Justin grinned dreamily. That was how we met. Then Justin coughed. Further details shall remain unspoken. Is this normal? Birkin asked Nico. What? Becoming lovers after fighting? No. Usually people just kill each other. Is people killing each other normal? Nico shrugged. It's not that rare. There are often stronger emotions involved in conflicts between various supernaturals. Things can get out of hand. It's not that common, but being involved in life or death conflicts is several times as likely compared to normal humans. More if you're a cop or just crazy. Hey, I'm not paying protection money to anyone. Justin half growled. The cops weren't going to do anything. Nico sighed. Both us and the mundane police could have used the destroyed windows as evidence of mob activity. Justin folded his arms. Whatever. Mortimer put a hand to his forehead. I wish you'd at least think about the headaches you cause me. Some people already don't like a ghoul going around freely. Pfey, those people won't do anything anyway. So, about Vitor. We're working on tracking him down, Nico said. Or rather, he's somewhere in Nervetti territory. Do you know what he smells like? Sure, Nico shrugged, but I'm not a smell artist. We do have pictures, though. I guess those will do. I'll get out of this place and kill anyone who stands between me and him. Nico put his head in his hands. Please don't say that. Why not? It's true. Because then I'd have to testify about it in court. Only if there's other evidence, Justin grinned, but of course, this is all a joke. Yuck, Nico groaned as he held his head. I should have just stayed at home. I suppose you could have, Justin nodded, but then you wouldn't get to eat any ocean rattler. What? Nico asked. Ocean rattlers. They're giant sea snakes here in the Shadowlands that have big rattles kind of like Earth's rattlesnakes that they use for maneuvering in the water. Sometimes they come out on land briefly to eat things. Yes, I know of them, but what does eating them have to do with our current situation? Oh. There's a pack of them coming up from the ocean. Justin grinned as he looked at the others. By the way, Mortimer, Erkin, you might want to back up. Erkin thought he saw the water move slightly under the flashlight held by Mortimer, and then he was turned around and running along with Mortimer. Well, it was more of a quick jog because it was dark and he was worried about tripping and falling. Erkin didn't even hear the rattlers leave the water, but he did hear a big crunch behind him. He barely avoided the instinct to turn around, but he didn't even have his flashlight on yet, so it wouldn't have done much good. Blood Chapter 29. Erkin took a moment to turn on the flashlight Mortimer had given him as they continued to run from the ocean rattlers. He hadn't needed it when they were walking along casually, but now it took a few seconds of fumbling to turn it on while he was running. Then Mortimer stopped running at the top of the slope leading down to the beach. We should be fine here, Mortimer turned and shone his flashlight down behind them. It shamed Erkin that Mortimer, who was at least 10 years older than him and seemed thin as a rail, managed to run the whole way without breathing heavily. Meanwhile, he had fallen behind and was taking deep breaths. Then again, he was an undead hunter, or gravekeeper, which was apparently the nice term. Erkin heard another crunch, fainter this time, but his flashlight showed the situation down below well enough. He wondered if he should have stayed closer so that Justin and Nico had light to fight by, but it didn't seem that it had been necessary. The crunch seemed to have been Justin biting into one of the ocean rattlers, a horrifying sight, since Justin's jaw opened up wider than Erkin thought humanly possible and his razor-sharp teeth cleanly tore out the back of the gigantic snake's neck, just behind its head. The body was tossed over to the side where Erkin saw at least one or two more. It was hard to tell exactly with their twisting bodies overlapping. Nico dodged a lunge by one of the snakes. Whether or not any normal sea creatures were really snakes wasn't relevant in this situation because Erkin saw giant fangs that indicated that at least these particular creatures were close enough. Nico moved his hand in a circle, and Erkin's flashlight reflected just enough off of the blood Nico used that he could see it flying through the air at one of the sea serpents. A moment later, the sea serpent was thrashing wildly, then its motion suddenly stopped. Nico gestured towards some of the dead snakes, drawing blood out of them into a large ball that partially reflected the light. Erkin saw another snake leaping towards Justin, but Justin was facing the other way. Before he could even get half a word of warning out, the snake had latched onto Justin's neck and shoulder. Justin staggered forward, then reached back. His hands grasped around the neck, both of them together just barely reaching all the way around the snake. There was a moment of stillness, then a faintly heard crunching sound as Justin's fingers squeezed together. The snake went limp, and Justin pulled the fangs off of his shoulder, leaving behind two sizable holes. There were only a few snakes left, and they turned back toward the water to flee. Justin caught one of them by the tail with one hand and pulled, flipping them towards him. He caught it around the middle with his other hand, then his mouth once again bit off a chunk of snake, right out of its midsection. Erkin turned away, back toward Nico. He saw him wiping his mouth, then he held up one of the bottles that usually held pig's blood, and filled it. Erkin jumped as Mortimer patted him on the shoulder. It'll be all right. First time seeing them fight? Yeah, Nico. Drinking blood was one thing, he was a vampire, after all. Seeing Justin apparently consume huge chunks of raw meat and scales was something else entirely. There was a reason he liked his meat already prepared. Nico walked up the slope toward Mortimer and Erkin. Well, that was quite something, wasn't it? There are reasons not to just wander about the Shadowlands. Yeah, Erkin said weakly. Hey! Justin called from down below, if you want to wait around a bit I can set you up with some nice cuts of snake. Don't have any good bags though. No thanks, Birkin answered. I will pass as well, Mortimer nodded. You're lost then. I'll see everyone later, all right? Justin waved. Birkin waved back. The group of three made their way back towards the road. Birkin was much more concerned about the darkness all around them. Darkness at home was one thing he knew, there were no monsters there. Conversely, he also knew there could be some monsters here. It was a weird thought. Oh. Birkin looked back. Will Justin be all right? He got bit. Those things are venomous, right? Nico nodded. Indeed they are. However, there are few venoms that would affect a ghoul. They are designed to damage living beings, after all. He does not work the same way. Right, Birkin shook his head. I'm still getting used to all this. How did you do that thing to the snakes? Nico explained. That thing was causing their blood to go wild. It requires a magic circle on the target, so if they had known to dodge it would have been much less effective. However, they were not much concerned about a bit of blood getting on them. Nico gestured vaguely behind them. There were a few things to take note of in that battle. First, if you find yourself in a fight that you can't run from, you should focus on killing one target, even if you have to expend most of your resources to do so. Do you know why? Birkin thought back to the battle, because then you have more blood to use? Quite right. If the owner is dead, it is not much trouble to use their blood and it will be at nearly maximum potency, unlike anything you carry with you. Except your own blood, of course. I don't know if I want to fight, but I suppose I won't really be given the option. Birkin shook his head. It would have been nice to be able to do something before. When will I be good enough to use blood magic in combat? Nico shrugged. It's hard to say. Until then, running and hiding can still work, if you recognize a threat beforehand. Otherwise, get a weapon or anything somewhat heavy. Anything can be quite effective if your opponents aren't expecting you to be able to fight. Birkin thought about that, and everything he had gotten involved with, as he trudged through the blackness back towards the world he was somewhat familiar with. Blood Chapter 30. The darkness was oppressive, even with flashlights, and even more so now that he had actually experienced some of monsters that lived in the darkness. Sure, everything had worked out just fine, but that was because he was with people who were extremely proficient in combat. Seeing an actual fight with real danger involved wasn't as fun as watching it in a movie. He didn't count the situations that had happened to him. There was no fighting of any sort, only instant defeat. It was also significantly less pleasant in general. He hadn't been able to clearly see everything that was happening, but some of the sights and smells still lingered in his brain. Birkin was very glad that Justin was on his side. He had avoided thinking about the men Justin had killed, but seeing him tonight, Birkin was clear that ghouls were quite frightening. Sure, Justin may have been on Birkin's side, but that didn't mean it would be easy to sleep with the images of his pointed teeth dripping blood in his head. Returning to the bright lights of the city hall was very comforting, and walking back out onto the streets of actual San Francisco, the street lights were assuring. Even if there was a huge glut of criminals, some of which were vampires, apparently it felt much safer with some real light everywhere. Even the sky seemed bright, even though he could only see the moon and a few stars. Birkin returned directly home. There was still time left in the night, but he was exhausted. Learning to clot blood followed by a few hours of walking had taken a lot out of him, and it was more than just physical exhaustion. His apartment was small not out of necessity, but out of convenience. He didn't really want a lot of space he wouldn't be using. He had a kitchen, but the cabinets were mostly empty. He had a small stove, but he mostly used the microwave. His living room was just a couch with a small TV, smallish, anyway. Nobody made small ones anymore, but this wasn't a 50 flat screen. It would have been a waste of money anyway. Other than that, there was his room. That had a bed, a dresser, a bookshelf, and even a small closet, but it also had his computer. He could have afforded an apartment with another room, but he didn't need it. Birkin flopped onto his bed. The sun hadn't even come up yet, but he didn't feel like doing anything else. He closed his eyes and fell asleep without even bothering to change into pajamas. A short time later he was awoken by a noise. Birkin looked at his phone. It had only been an hour, so normal people would barely be getting up to go to work. They usually weren't very loud. Unlike what it might have appeared, though the apartment was small, it wasn't bad. The walls were pretty good at insulating sound. The sounds continued. If he didn't know better, he would have thought someone was in his apartment. Birkin shook the sleep out of his head. He recognized the sound of that one creaky floorboard. Who could it be? Nobody that would come would enter without knocking. That meant they were uninvited. A burglar? Well, if they wanted to take the TV, he didn't care. He wasn't even sure if it worked anymore, actually. Even so, he looked around for a weapon. Since pillows weren't much good, that left him with nothing. His desk chair was much too big to use. Then he spotted it lying on the bookshelf. An encyclopedia. He wasn't going to get much use out of it anyway, and it was heavy and hardback. That was the best he had. Birkin waited. If they opened the door to his bedroom, he was ready. A smart burglar would avoid his room, of course, since basically anyone would be sleeping at this time, even night shift people. Then he heard and saw the door creep open, a silhouette forming. He immediately threw the book, and at the same time realized he probably should have called the police. The silhouette in front of him leaned to the side, dodging it. Birkin couldn't see them clearly because the only light was outside light from the living room. Since he slept during the day, his bedroom windows were completely covered. Pathetic, came a voice Birkin recognized. That was about all he knew about Vitor. Everything had happened in the dark. Vitor's silhouette moved suddenly, and Birkin responded the only way he could think to by reaching out his arm and pushing him away. Of course, Birkin didn't have much hope of pushing away a vampire. He wasn't exactly the most fit, and he didn't even know how to fight anyway. He didn't even consider that, actually. He'd been practicing blood magic every day and even had seen Nico fight with it earlier. Thus, his instincts were to use that. He didn't even have time to consider that he needed blood. Vitor leapt toward Birkin, and then screeched to a halt. Then he flew backwards a couple yards, pushed out of the room. Birkin fell to the ground as a sudden wave of dizziness hit him and his knees buckled. His flailing arms barely prevented him from hitting his head. For a moment, he had no idea what was going on. Then he saw Vitor, fully bathed in moonlight, moving back towards him. "So you have a trick, nice one. Looks like you can't do it again." Birkin wanted to go get his phone. He could call Nico. Sure, he might be dead anyway, but at least they could track him down and avenge him. He just couldn't stand up, or even really crawl. In another couple steps Vitor would reach him and be able to do whatever he wanted. Then there was an incoherent shout as something dashed in front of Birkin towards Vitor, fast enough to bring both the new figure and Vitor straight through the wall between the bedroom and living room. Blood Chapter 31. Boards shattered and splinters flew everywhere as the new figure tackled Vitor right through the wall. Birkin could only barely see what was happening through the light filtering through the now open wall. He did hear the sound of things snapping as well as what was presumably the sound of a knife going into flesh from what he could see, anyway. "Hey kid." There was more sound of tussling. "I was thinking, after you left, if I was trying to hunt me down, what would I do?" Birkin couldn't tell Vitor and Justin's figures apart in the darkness. One of them slammed the other into Birkin's desk and computer. The desk was very sturdy, or it had been, before it broke apart with a loud crash. "So I followed your scent back and it turns out they were just as easy to understand as I thought." "Shut up." Vitor half growled. "Are you talking or fighting?" "Both." "I don't need to breathe the function so it's dash." There was a loud crunching sound. Justin's voice suddenly became less clear. Birkin finally felt some power in his limbs, and crawled into the living room away from the fight, just in time for the two to fly through the wall once more. "Ahem." Justin cleared his throat. "As I was saying, as long as I'm not biting I don't need to worry about it." Justin had several bleeding wounds on his arms and legs, and blood dripped from his stomach. Meanwhile, Vitor's left arm was dangling at his side and blood dripped down from a horrific wound on his shoulder, or what remained of the shoulder anyway. He held a blood-stained dagger in his right hand that might have once been silver, but was now just blood red. Vitor roared in frustration, baring fangs at Justin, but it was only a few fangs instead of a whole mouthful of sharp bloody teeth. Vitor stabbed directly towards Justin's heart with his dagger, but Justin just held up a hand. The dagger pierced completely through it and out the back, but Justin's hand clamped down around Vitor's, his sharp nails sinking into the wrist. Justin twisted his hand, and there was a snapping sound. Vitor pulled away, but the silver dagger remained buried in Justin's hand. Vitor glanced down at his left shoulder, frowning. As he did so, his broken wrist twisted and snapped back into place. Birkin even saw the nail wounds heal, and some of the blood pulled back into the wounds. However, the left shoulder continued to bleed profusely with no signs of slowing down. What trick is this? Justin yanked the silver dagger out of his hand. Trick? Silver isn't the only thing that stops regeneration. Thanks for the dagger, though. Vitor looked towards the window, then turned to dash towards Birkin. Birkin couldn't even lift his hand to ward him off without it shaking, and he couldn't summon the strength for more blood magic. Vitor's hand reached out for him, but he toppled over as blood streamed from his neck. Justin flicked the dagger in his hand, shaking his head. It's not balanced for chopping, really. Birkin looked down at Vitor's body as he slowly crawled back. It didn't look like he would be able to get up again, but vampires were still somewhat new to him in a practical sense. He also looked over Justin. Thanks. Are you all right? You can't regenerate those wounds. Ah, but the blood is stopping? Justin shrugged. They'll regenerate eventually. Silver just delays it quite a bit. As for the blood, Justin looked at his left hand that had a hole clean through it. It appears I ran out. He looked back towards Birkin. I am just moving flesh and bone, after all. Take what you need and get out of here and call Nico. You'll need to find some place to stay, and he'll have to help sort things out here. I'd bet the cops are already on their way. Things weren't exactly quiet here. Right. Birkin grabbed his phone, his wallet, and car keys. He stuffed some clothes into a suitcase, and left the apartment. As predicted, cops pulled up shortly after Birkin left the apartment complex. Nico didn't take long in the apartment to deal with the cops. Justin kept them from seeing much, so it was easy to change their memories just a bit. You're not getting your deposit back, though. I didn't think so. Not with all those holes in the wall. What about all the blood? I cleaned it up. Justin dealt with the body. Nico shook his head. You need to come stay at my place, for safety. Vitor might have shared information about this place. In fact, you should stay in for a while. Great. I've already been out of work so much recently, Birkin shrugged. Good thing they couldn't easily find someone to replace me. The two drove separately to Nico's condo. The sun was just starting to come up when they got inside. It wasn't a huge problem for a vampire to be in the sun for a minute or two, but there were still reasons Nico's car had special tinted windows and why he picked a place with an underground parking lot. Nico gestured to the couch. I don't exactly have a place for guests. What would be the second bedroom is the practice room. We can set you up with a mattress and stuff tomorrow. Yeah, all right. Birkin sat down heavily. I feel so strange. How so? Well, I used blood magic to stop Vitor's movements for a moment. I've been super dizzy. Nico looked over Birkin closely. You do have some signs of blood loss. I'd advise against using any more of your blood for anything, but since it was an emergency I can't fault you for what you did. You don't seem to be in a critical state, however. Oh, Birkin shook his head slightly before stopping. I've just never felt this dizzy and weak before. Usually it only lasted a moment. What about after you were hospitalized? Not really. I mean, I was unconscious and they gave me blood transfusions, so. Right, Nico nodded. That could be it. Maybe you should check, though. Check what? If you actually got any blood transfusions. Birkin's eyes were heavy, so instead of blinking he just closed his eyes and laid down on the couch. What, like, maybe I got werewolf blood or something special? That is extremely unlikely, and of course wouldn't be on record, but it might be worth looking into for other reasons. Sure, Erkin yawned, I'll do that, when I wake up. Blood Chapter 32. Waking up in a new place was terrifying. It took Erkin several moments to realize where he was, and minutes after that for his heart to calm down. It was fine. He was safe. This was Nico's condo, he'd come here to be protected. His thoughts felt sluggish, but he managed to sort everything out. Vitor had followed him to his apartment, where Erkin managed to hold him off for a few moments before Justin showed up. There was a far too grisly fight which had ended with Vitor's death and Erkin's apartment being wrecked. In related news, he had to call into work to let him know he wouldn't be coming. Vitor might have been out of the picture, but he wasn't exactly working alone. He was involved with Marconi and the Nervetus regular and vampire-run parts of the Mafia that had moved into San Francisco. Technically Nico and Savino were related to those same Nervetus, though they obviously weren't on good terms with each other. As Erkin sorted out his thoughts, Nico awoke as well. Hey. I'm planning to go out to buy some breakfast for you. I don't have any food in stock. How are you feeling? Still sluggish and dizzy. Blood loss will do that to you. You're lucky you didn't use too much. Yeah, right, Erkin did know he was lucky. He certainly wasn't thinking about moderating his use of his own blood as he held off Vitor. He just needed to do something. He just wasn't used to feeling so weak after losing blood. Is blood loss usually this way? It should be, yes. Remember what I said about contacting the hospital? Yeah. I'll do that. Great. I'll be back in a bit. Erkin took a bit to find the right number to call for the hospital. He'd been there but he hadn't been calling or visiting. Then he had to give some information to the man on the phone to prove he was himself. So, about my last 2 visits. I just wanted to know if I received any blood transfusions. Of course, Mr. Kasabian, I'll look that up for you. There was the sound of typing on a keyboard for about a minute. Let's see, it looks like in both cases blood was prepared. I see. Erkin wasn't sure exactly why he was asking, but he had his answer. One moment. There was a bit more typing and clicking. It appears that the blood transfusions were prepared, but it was deemed unnecessary to administer them based on blood pressure and other vital signs. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Kasabian? No, that should be enough, thanks. When Nico returned, Erkin was ready with a question. What does it mean that I never got any blood transfusions? Was that what you thought it would be? Nico walked towards the kitchen with his bag of groceries. It was a possibility. So, Erkin followed after him into the kitchen. What does it mean then? With the amount of blood you lost, if you didn't need more, it just means you had more blood. Nico started taking things out of the grocery bags and placing them into the fridge next to a few bottles of blood. But humans basically have the same amount of blood at the same size. I'm not super big, either. People at high altitudes produce more red blood cells, Nico commented. Then there are some who just retain higher amounts of blood all the time. Tell me, along with your hemophilia, do you have high blood pressure? Do you easily get cuts? Well, yeah. High blood pressure is kind of normal though. Not at your age. Anyway, it's likely that you just produce and maintain more blood. Otherwise you'd be dead. Nico pulled out a package of bacon and started shuffling through the cabinets. I've got to have a pan somewhere. Dead? Sure. You controlled the blood in someone else's body enough to stop their movement. That takes a lot of energy. Even though you've been training and using blood magic, the density of energy in your blood won't be that much higher than a normal person's yet. Thus, you should have used enough blood to kill someone even without the training earlier to try to learn how to clot your blood. How heavy are you? 100 and something, Erkin looked down at himself. Or maybe very low 200s. I'm not trying to judge you or anything, Nico shrugged. A night shift laboratory job doesn't lend itself to easy exercise or anything. If you store extra blood, you'll have more weight. I'd bet you're around 5 pounds lighter now than you were earlier. Erkin shrugged. I have no idea. I suppose I would be, if I used enough blood to kill a normal person. Is having more blood normal? Normal enough. It can range from 10% to double. Most people would never find out. It does occasionally save aspiring young blood mages, however. Later, they learn how to change their constitution to intentionally produce more blood. Birkin scratched his head. Hey, I was being attacked. I didn't really have time to think. Nico grinned. Oh, I'm not blaming you. Combat is its own thing. However, you were lucky enough to accidentally use your own blood and survive. That can give you a pretty good sense of how much you can use, since you got to the point where you were dizzy. Preferably keep a bit more than that. Nico finally found a pan. He washed it off to clean away the dust, wiping it down with a rag. Then he put it on the stove and poured the entire package of bacon into the pan. It's strange though. I got dizzy from blood loss before, but this time lasted longer and felt different. Birkin frowned. Maybe it was just the idea of losing so much blood that did it before. The mind is quite capable of making us feel ills that we do not have. Nico looked down at the pan. It's a good thing you like meat, because you'll need to eat a lot of it to replace your blood. Blood Chapter 33. The next night, Nico took Erkin back to his apartment to get his clothes and some of his other things. Not that I don't appreciate you watching out for me, but don't you have police work to be doing? Nico raised an eyebrow. Do I? We have a few dozen officers. We don't hand out traffic tickets or anything like that, and there aren't really that many people to police. The numbers are just for safety in case there's some kind of event, such as the Nervetti family deciding they want to take control of the entire city. If they need me, they'll call, but in the past few months the only major incidents have been related to Justin. There were also some minor issues determined not to actually be supernatural in origin. Nico stood in front of the apartment building for a few seconds, closing his eyes. Nobody's watching. No supernaturals around, at the very least, and few others awake. Let's go in. When they arrived in Erkin's apartment, it was just as bad as he remembered, minus some bloodstains. He checked his computer and found that some of it was still good, even if the case was wrecked. He salvaged the parts that didn't look physically damaged and then gathered some clothes and other necessities. You guys really cleaned up pretty well. Blood is easy, Nico grinned, but Justin took care of the body. Best not to ask how. The Nervetti family will probably be upset, but their grudge with me can't really grow any bigger, and they should know better than to step foot into this part of the city. That doesn't make you perfectly safe, of course. Birkin continued stuffing garbage bags full of clothes. About that, is it safe to go to work? We'll see. As far as we know, they are unaware of your name and place of work. I'd avoid going in for another few days until we can be sure, however. What about my family? Nico shrugged. Even I don't know about them. I'd avoid going to see them in person for a while. Say that you are sick, if necessary. That's close enough. That might just make them want to come visit, and with my apartment like this. You can tell them there was a structural failure in your apartment and you're staying with a friend. You can't have anyone over. Nico paused. That's true, by the way. Don't order pizza or invite friends over. You should understand why. It's dangerous and gives away my location, and there are magical defenses at your place. It's mostly the second thing. It likely won't be long before they know you are staying with me. You are able to go wherever you wish except my room, but that is not true of any random person passing through. Well, I wasn't really planning on inviting anyone over anyway. Good. I don't mind you staying for some time, if necessary. There's still much for you to learn about blood magic, and you have some practical experience in why it's best to avoid using your own blood. At least, you need to get a feeling for how much you are using. Nico scratched his chin. I suppose the next lesson should be how to recover blood more quickly, or you won't be doing much learning at all. It's not an area I'm exactly practiced in. Vampires merely need to drink enough other blood. Obviously you will be eating meat, but there's a bit more that can help. I just have to find the right tone. Nico carried Erkin's dresser out so easily Erkin wondered if he could have done the same when it was full of clothes. He wished he could be that strong, but on the other hand he could go out in daylight without trouble if he chose to. Erkin set up a little room in Nico's living room, behind some standing curtains. It made him realize how little stuff he actually had. The only thing he'd really had behind his computer and clothes were some books. Beyond that, it had been going to work and back. Now at least he had a hobby, if one could call blood magic a hobby. It was more like work, and that made Erkin once again think that he should probably do more things outside of work. Nico came to the training room with a very dusty tome that crackled when he opened it. It was thin, the covers were each as thick as the total amount of pages. "Whoa, how old is that book?" Erkin asked. "It was written in the 20s, Nico replied. "Like 100 years ago?" "Of course. When else would it have been written? I doubt you speak ancient Greek or anything." Nico held up the book. "It's clearly printed in English. Anyway, I inherited it from someone, but it's just been collecting dust." Erkin looked at the title, Blood Magic for Humans. It was pretty straightforward. "Anyway, I don't remember where exactly, but there were techniques to recover blood more rapidly. It's not that long, so you should be able to find it. As a form of practice, why don't you try it on your own? I'll be here to answer any questions." Erkin looked through the tome, carefully. It did have a table of contents, and he found what seemed to be the right section. On the regeneration of blood in the human body. He carefully turned to the right page and began to read. With the recent discovery of vitamins, the importance of red meat in the diet of the blood mage has never been more clear. In fact, Erkin was going to be very disappointed if the only advice given was to eat red meat. However, the passage continued for some time and went into more depth. The body may not necessarily absorb all vitamins and minerals necessary for blood regeneration. Likewise, it may not produce blood at the desired rate, even if blood is lacking and materials are sufficient. Thus, it may be desirous to increase the production rate. Be warned that this is dangerous without sufficient intake. Finally, it got to a description of how to actually do what he wanted. In a way, it was the same as clotting blood. At least, it was controlling his own body, at least a small part of it. However, instead of taking place in the bloodstream, he needed to control the marrow. That made sense, as it was responsible for the production of blood in the first place. It was suggested that the optimal time was while the body was partway through digesting food, as the body would only store so many vitamins. That was true to some extent, but of course many problems were caused by too much of certain vitamins or minerals. Regardless, with iron and vitamin B12 freshly ingested, the whole process would likely be easier. Blood Chapter 34. For all that the book was 100 years old, the technique was still quite sound and well enough described for Erkin to start the production of new blood. He'd never worked with bone marrow before, but it was related to the blood as its point of origin, so it wasn't too hard to stimulate it to produce more blood. And then, he waited. He tapped his fingers on one leg. "I guess that's it." Erkin returned to the book, rereading a section he had glossed over. Though this technique will increase blood production, it is not instantaneous. Instead, it merely maximizes the blood output of the body. Like flicking a light switch, you can turn blood production on, or off, if so desired. It is also possible and necessary to turn the body back to self-regulation after a certain point. Erkin looked over at Nico, who was watching carefully. "I think that's it. I'm not magically regenerating blood, just maximizing my body's production. I'm not sure when to stop it, though. I guess when I'm full up on blood, which will be," Erkin scratched his chin, "I suppose I'll need to know how to determine that outside of being dizzy or weak." "That would be quite useful," Nico nodded. Vampires have a natural sense of such things, though most don't develop it much. To them, it is just the same as the hunger they feel, something telling them they need to eat. The exact level is not of much importance to them. That makes sense. Also, why say eat? Do you not eat when you are hungry? The same is true of vampires, even if we have a liquid diet. The need for blood isn't thirst, but hunger. In relation, we can get thirsty too, if the blood is from a dehydrated source. We are still alive, after all, and we use water in much the same ways as humans. Right. So, do you know how I would sense blood levels? Though it is natural for me, it is still similar to sensing the presence of the blood of others. I have some practice with it. It's just a more refined use. Nico nodded towards the book Erkin still had. That tome might have some advice for you as well. It is for humans after all. Right, can I borrow this for a while? Of course. Just keep it in the condo, for hopefully obvious reasons. Blood magic for humans was short and ultimately rather boring. However, it did cover all the basics. Basic blood control, clotting, regenerating blood, sensing blood levels, how to discern whether someone was a human or not, useful essentials but not many things new to Erkin. However, among the new things was maximizing blood in the body. Erkin was going to check with Nico if he had any other books on those techniques, which he might. After all, he'd mentioned that. With his blood regenerating at maximum speed he became very hungry and thirsty. Nico also reminded him to make sure he got enough electrolytes. He was drinking a lot of Gatorade, mostly red. Not that it was better than any of the other regular flavors, but that was mostly what Nico bought and Erkin didn't care. A few days after he'd moved into Nico's condo, he got a text message from Savina. Hey. I was just wondering if you wanted to come hang out with me and some friends? You have friends? Sorry, that came out wrong. What kind of friends? Humans or supernatural? Both. But these are the second kind. We're planning to meet up in the back of this bar in a couple hours. We don't really drink or anything, but not that many places are open. Oh. Actually, I kinda probably shouldn't go. What with the people maybe trying to kill me still? Oh. Right. Maybe some other time then. Yeah. Or, they could come here. I'm not actually supposed to invite anyone over though. But they're your friends, so they should be safe. Would just have to check with Nico. Oh yeah, you're staying at Uncle Nico's place now. He already knows them. I just asked, he said they can come over. There was a knock on the front door, and Erkin opened it to find Savina along with a handsome young man with black hair. Hello. Savina said as she and the young man stepped in. Uncle Nico's place isn't exactly set up for hanging out, but at least there are chairs and a table in the living room. Yeah, the young man nodded, then turned to Erkin. Oh, I'm Casimiro, nice to meet you. He extended his hand. Right. Casimiro. Erkin nodded, and shook his hand, and though he seemed like he was supposed to know who he was, he couldn't remember. Oh. Savina clapped her hands together. He's my brother. Ah, the one who just finished his business degree? Erkin nodded, not really my area of expertise. Casimiro shrugged. I doubt I'd be of much use in a lab either. It's nice to meet you. Same here. It was nice, too. Just as they had settled down around the table, the door knocked again with a heavy thump. Savina got up. That's Peter. Peter had somewhat darker skin, probably natural and not a tan, and a big grin on his face. He held his arms open wide as he stepped in. Hello, everyone. Erkin sensed his blood. He wasn't really trained yet, so all he could tell was that Peter wasn't a human, vampire, or undead, and he definitely also wasn't a pig. Beyond that, he could have been anything that had blood. Peter came over to the table, briefly fist-bumped Casimiro, then reached out a hand towards Erkin. You must be Erkin? As Erkin shook his hand he felt a very firm grip. I hear it's your fault that George's is shut down. Well, Erkin started, but was cut off. Nah, I'm just messing with you. I know it's not your fault, really. It's a shame, though. They always had the best stuff. Even their regular meats were so good. Peter started to drool, then pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Excuse me for that. Before they could really get settled down again, there was a quiet knock at the door, then a single thud. Savina shook her head. That would be Miriam, then. Don't forget to catch her. Peter called out. It was an odd statement, Erkin thought, until Savina opened the door and a young woman fell through. She only barely managed to wrap her arms around Savina to keep from falling. Oh, Savina. I guess I made it to the right place. Erkin wondered if she was drunk. He also wondered what she was. A quick check told him that she didn't have blood. If he was correct about that, it probably ruled out being drunk, since that relied on alcohol in the bloodstream. Without a bloodstream, how would you be drunk? Actually, Erkin was more wondering how she would be anything. Miriam shook her head and opened her eyes wide, walking carefully towards the rest of them. Hey guys. Her eyes stopped on Erkin. You're Erkin, right, Savina's boyfriend? I'm Erkin, yes. Erkin and Savina's eyes met. That's Erkin. Savina closed the door and hurried over, just barely grabbing onto Miriam's shoulder as her eyes closed and she started to slump. Peter helped direct her onto the couch. We only went on a few dates and then Erkin got mixed up in the supernatural world, so we're not necessarily, dating still. Why not? Miriam's head jerked back up. I thought you said you really liked him. Then her head flopped back. He was even, she yawned, awake, at night, too. She flopped into the corner of the couch. Is she all right? Erkin asked. Peter shrugged. She's fine. She's a dryad, so she's basically solar-powered. You might think plants don't sleep, but they do. Erkin also shrugged. Up until this point, I hadn't had any thoughts about dryads in the context of them actually being real. Right, Peter nodded. You're new. You know those two are vampires. She's a dryad, and he pointed a thumb at himself, I am a werewolf. Well, I'm Erkin. I'm just human, I guess. Blood Chapter 35. As Miriam fell asleep on the couch, her appearance as a normal human faded, and her light blonde hair turned into a number of green leaves. Her skin darkened from a tan to the brown unevenness of bark. Erkin watched Miriam as her form changed. So was that an illusion or? Peter was the first one to explain, a little bit of both. She has to change form somewhat, or touching her hair or skin would give her away. Then there's a bit of natural dryad illusion magic to look human. Erkin sighed. There are too many types of magic. Casimiro Savina's brother shrugged. Most only have a few tricks. There are only a few types of fully developed magic. Not that I know much about any of them. You don't know any blood magic? Erkin asked. Not really, Casimiro shook his head. Uncle Nico tried to teach me, but I didn't really take to it. You're probably better than I was. He is, Savina nodded her head. So, you have a business degree now. Erkin looked towards Casimiro. Any plans? Well, I'm planning to start my own business. Uncle Nico will loan me a bit of money. I don't know exactly what I'll be doing yet, but I want to trade with both natural and supernaturals. You work at a lab, right? Doing what? Erkin nodded. That's right. We study microbiology and study the effects of drugs on populations of various microbes. A lot of the time we just set things up and wait for the next night. What about you, Peter? I do stand up at a club. That's why I like to sit down after work. Peter grinned at Erkin's slight chuckle. Though during the day I actually earn money by being a guidance counselor at West High. He nudged Miriam with his elbow. She works there as a PE teacher. Is that so? Erkin tilted his head. It's kind of hard to imagine. You should see her during the day. She's full of energy. Thayet's right-eyed, Miriam mumbled with her face in the corner of the couch. Savina grinned. Well, you already know that I work at Hot Beans, but I'm sort of planning to follow in Uncle Nico's footsteps. Maybe not an officer, but something that goes along with being a blood magus. Speaking of which, I heard you lost a lot of blood recently. More than just what you saw? Yeah. I burned a bunch of blood, stopping Vitor briefly. I heard about that attack. Peter shook his head. The Nervetti family is going way out of line. No offense, guys. Casimiro sighed. Oh, don't worry, we know. It's one thing for them to want to maintain some semblance of ancient power and grandeur, but they're just running a gang of thugs and attacking normal people. It's hard to believe they haven't been found out by normal society yet. Well, there was Officer Simmons, Savina pointed out. Casimiro rolled his eyes. That supports my point, though. They've just been acting crazy. They let Marconi do whatever he wants, too. They're probably about 2 incidents away from someone calling in the human feds. Then once Marconi is wiped out, they'll have nobody to hide behind. Maybe then they'll just stay in their stupid tower all day and behave. You're just mad that you won't be able to expand your theoretical business to the north side of San Francisco. That's right. Casimiro waved his hands. They're just going around ruining business. If they actually took over, there would barely be anything for them to run. Though if they tried, they'd just be full of silver bullets. Maybe they'll calm down now that Vitor's gone, Peter suggested. There are only so many of them, after all. Savina nodded. A dozen main family members and a number of hangers-on. That's a sizable force, but if they actually started something big, enforcers would be called in. Enforcers? Birkin asked. The equivalent of special forces. They're only called in for major events or anything that risks revealing supernatural people as a whole. Magic can only help so much. Well, Peter clapped his hands together. Maybe that's enough depressing talk for now. What do you get up to for fun, Birkin? Not as much as I should. I don't know if I could count blood magic as a hobby or not, but I've been far too engrossed in work lately. I also don't have that many friends on night shift. Well, now you've got a few more, Peter grinned. He looked at Miriam. Well, one more on night shift and I don't need much sleep. She's usually more alert than this. For the rest of the night they didn't really do much, but not doing much was just what Erkin needed. It was relaxing and fun. After everyone left, Erkin went back to studying blood magic tomes. He couldn't put much into practice at the moment, but he could still get more knowledge and know where to look in what books for prearranged magic circles. He still practiced drawing circles as well. Within a couple of days he was recovered enough he could practice with pig's blood again, but he still had to avoid anything using his own blood, even a little bit. There was no trouble from the Nervettis. They probably knew where he was, but Erkin had studied the condo and there were a myriad of defenses on it. Since he'd started staying there, he saw Nico replacing blood and touching up the runes every couple of days. He used more than just pig's blood, too. Something more potent, but it wasn't his own blood except for a few small things. Erkin felt that Nico was fortunate to be able to regenerate his own blood quickly, but if he were to compare, Erkin was then fortunate to be able to go out in sunlight without worry about anything more than possibly getting a sunburn. That said, he hadn't gone outside at all for the past few days. He wondered when that would be safe. Well, at the end of the week Nico would tell him. Blood Chapter 36. There was something special about drawing runes by hand. Erkin took the brush and carefully placed each stroke. He avoided doing any regular writing by hand if at all possible, but runes were a special thing. They couldn't just be printed out by a machine. Erkin's hand stopped momentarily. They could, couldn't they? It was certainly possible to get measured and precise amounts out of a machine. Of course, he didn't have the technical prowess to build one, and he certainly didn't want to have to maintain pipes that pumped blood. It was just a passing thought, but there was nothing technically magical until the activation of the runes. He continued drawing after a short pause. He was working on a new area of blood magic today. Specifically, one that would open up whole new realms of possibility. So far, all of his blood magic had been powered by blood, and directly related to the manipulation of blood. It was very useful, but also very limited. There was so much more that could be done, and they were necessary for things like most of the defenses on Nico's condo. Affecting blood could work against most people, but dryads didn't have blood, and there were certainly others. It was also quite limited. While he could probably use free blood to wrap around someone's hand and stop himself from being stabbed, if they had a gun and he didn't disarm them of it before they pulled the trigger, there would be a bullet flying at him. There was a way to deal with that now, if he was prepared. He wouldn't have the time to do it after the gun had been shot, but if he was ready beforehand he could cause a section of blood to harden and stop much or all of the momentum of a bullet. The problem with that was that it required having made the shield beforehand, and it took energy to maintain. More importantly, it wasted energy. The magic moved the blood and hardened it, which then stopped the momentum of the bullet, but it could be more direct. With blood magic, blood wasn't just the easiest medium to affect but also the power source. It was still magic after all. Birkin finished the runes, took a few moments to check over them, then activated the magical formation. The lead ball in the center of the circle floated into the air and hung there, until the blood in the circle ran out. Then it dropped back down with a great thud. Birkin breathed out slowly. It had taken a larger number of runes to achieve that simple task than anything he had done so far. After all, he now had to include more precise instructions for what the magic was doing within the runes. Unlike when controlling blood, he had no connection to the controlled object, and so he could only minimally change how things worked with his will. That would improve with practice, but it would always be easier to change up a spell targeting blood than something else. Birkin looked up to Nico, who was watching nearby. "Is it possible to do this?" he waved at the lead ball, "without the circle?" "Depends on whether you like being alive. If you don't care, it is technically possible." Nico shook his head, "At least, for some people. For example, I probably could move it, but it would take far too much of my blood to be worth it. Runes are there to increase efficiency. For directly controlling your own blood out of the body, it might just be double, but generally it could be 10 to 100 times as efficient to use runes." "Do the runes have to be drawn in blood? Do they have to be drawn by hand? Could you stamp them?" Nico scratched his chin. "Interesting questions. The runes do have to be in blood, though there are other systems of magic that obviously require something different. There's not really a practical way to not draw them by hand, but a stamp might work. Obviously it wouldn't be tailored to the situation. The biggest problem would be the size of the stamp, and how much blood it used or didn't use." Nico did some measuring in the air with his hands. "Obviously you wouldn't want a small stamp. An inch would be far too small, but at 5 inches or so you couldn't really keep one in your pocket. You'd also have to have a medium to load the stamp with blood, which would be the same size. Even then, you'd only get a thin layer of blood or it would flow off to the sides and ruin the runes." "Right. That's not super useful, then. Most circles that did anything of significance started at about a foot in diameter. I still have a lot of things I want to try, but of course I need your supervision. I have another idea though. What about a stencil? You could fold something like that and direct the blood into it. Or what about inverted runes? If you fill the entire area but the shape of runes with blood, does it work?" Nico shook his head. "Well, kid, I don't have all the answers. Not yet, anyway. However, by next week you will. Because there's still a big commotion about Vitor's death, and it's not safe for you to leave. So you get to spend all week figuring out if any of those ideas work." "Oh. Great." Birkin frowned. "I hope it's safe to go out soon. I'm not sure how much more work I can miss, and my parents are crazy about wanting to see me, though that second thing isn't new. We'll see how things go." Nico shrugged. "I'll buy you some materials to put some things together, just don't try any actual magic without me or Savina present. You're certainly capable of reproducing effects on your own safely and you know how to avoid using your own blood, but experiments are risky. I can say there's some potential there. After all, many of my wards are carved and blood is poured in. They're not exactly pourable, though." Birkin nodded. He would have a lot of things to distract him in the coming week. They had just been ideas, but now he was motivated to try to make some of them work. Blood Chapter 37. As expected, stamps didn't work for blood magic. At least, not if he wanted more than just a bare minimum effect. Either there was barely any blood, just enough to stamp onto a surface, or he conjured a larger amount of blood to hang onto the stamp, and it sort of squished out where it pleased when the stamp came down. That was worse than having too little blood, because magic just didn't happen. It took more time to touch up the edges than just properly lay down blood in the first place. And he could only make extremely small circles anyway. The first implementation of a stencil didn't work. Birkin didn't need to try the very first implementation. It was just a carved-out piece of paper, and it was just going to soak up blood and become worthless. However, it did serve as a useful guide for cutting out foam in the right shape. Birkin then filled that up with blood and nothing happened. Probably because in effect he had runes of blood on top of a background of blood which just ended up being a full sheet of red. It had leaked underneath, resulting in nothing useful. However, the second time he properly secured it down, and it worked. Honestly, he hadn't expected any differently. There was nothing magical about brushes, after all. It was just having actual runes that was important. They didn't count if there was connected blood that was enough off from how they were supposed to be. The first stencil had been all the way through the foam, but the second one he made only a small part through. That worked as well, and why wouldn't it? The circle didn't necessarily require being placed on top of a flat surface. It was just more difficult to get right on curved surfaces. When indented into foam, it was still lined up properly. In a way, it was like a movie's implementation of blood magic. Birkin could picture in his head a huge sacrificial altar with carving in the stone floor, blood flowing through them to fill them up. Of course, blood didn't flow that neatly, and people didn't bleed that evenly. There certainly wasn't enough blood in a single human to fill up an entire room. It wasn't necessary to sacrifice humans, though. Using blood from pigs that were already going to die was much more morally acceptable, certainly no worse than eating meat, and Birkin didn't feel bad about that. Looking down at his stencil, Birkin found that it probably wouldn't be of much practical use. Unless he needed something small, it would take up far too much space, similar to a stamp. He might be able to fold up a flatter one and carry around something to clamp it down, but he would also need to carry around a bottle of blood or use his own. Being a blood mage was rather impractical for spur-of-the-moment activities. He could see that it was quite useful when prepared, but even if the world acted like a turn-based game and enemies couldn't attack him on his turn, no reasonable turn-based game allowed someone to spend a full minute or more without getting attacked. In the few incidents he'd been in, he'd only really been involved in a handful of seconds of what might be considered combat, though twice he'd just been brought down instantly. At least when Vitor returned he'd managed to do something. If he'd been prepared with wards like Nico had, things could have gone much differently. Whenever he got a new place, he would need to set up some wards. That would cost money, but not a lot of money. A gallon of pig's blood was what, $20? $20 a week was a pretty good price for security. It might be better to have more, in which case maybe he could get a discount. It was possible Justin sold it for cheaper. Birkin was just thinking of online prices. Of course, Justin wasn't exactly available at the moment. Birkin considered where he would go. Wards weren't perfect, so a new place was best. He had to pick the right part of the city, even if it meant being a bit further from work. They might still be able to find him, but he was going to wait till things died down before seriously considering it. Birkin explained his results to Nico. It's basically what you thought. There isn't much practical use unless you can carry something large with you. Maybe in the trunk of a car it could be useful. Birkin frowned, though it could be dangerous if it gets used by other people. I mean, what's stopping a random person from just doing this? Training, Nico pointed out. Remember, blood magic doesn't just activate itself. Just because you took to it with practice doesn't mean it would be easy for others. Don't worry about the danger, anyone can just pick up a gun anyway. I'm not worried about someone coming in with a gallon jug and a 2-foot square board. Sure, in the right circumstances it could be useful, but so are guns and bulletproof vests. Also, being a vampire or werewolf is already a pretty huge advantage. Oh, right. Birkin frowned. It seemed like a good idea though. Hey, I'm not saying it's not useful. You get one of those that just barely fits in your trunk and a gallon of day-old wyvern blood, and boom, instant barrier. Alternatively, you could cause a dozen people to not be able to fight properly or crumple a wall. It's only limited by how many of those you can fit in your car and how specific the circumstances are. Nico clapped Erkin on the shoulder. Maybe in a dozen years you'll be able to whip down any circle you want by just relying on memorization and blood control, but this kind of thing can put you a few years ahead for a few circumstances. Personally, I'd do something with a ward. A small one that can slow a single bullet, could be maybe 6 inches across, yeah. Just carry a small vial of potent blood. Erkin nodded. Having to figure out what would work best was an interesting puzzle. Since he wasn't particularly worried about being attacked by just anyone or anything, he worried about bullets and vampires. It was sort of weird to consider how to fight vampires when he had 2 good friends that were vampires, but then again, humans had fought humans since humans existed, and they'd gotten very good at killing other humans. Blood Chapter 38. If Erkin wanted to go outside but not risk danger from vampires, he could actually do that any day. However, he wasn't awake during much of the day, and it wasn't just vampires that might be watching for him. Marconi and his men were humans, and it was possible there were others working for the Nervedis as well. Likewise, it was possible they had werewolves or other supernaturals who could function during the day working with them. Sure, if he was attacked in the middle of the day they would more than likely catch the culprit, but that wouldn't do Erkin much good if he died. Just because he hadn't died yet didn't mean anything. He'd been lucky no vital organs had taken much damage when he was shot, and Vitor wasn't actually trying to kill him the first time. Not going out was starting to get to Erkin. He ended up spending all his time practicing wards that he could place around his apartment once he got a new one. Optimally, it wouldn't be found out and he wouldn't need them, but it wasn't something he would bet on. Wards that directly prevented intrusion by fortifying the structure of doors and windows were useful, but not sufficient. Eventually they would run out of energy and someone would break through. Active defenses were needed to synergize with the other parts. Someone could keep ramming a door or hitting a window as long as they were reinforced with only moderate amounts of blood magic, but if they had to suffer an attack every time they did so, it would be a different story. The question then became what sort of things he could do to attack. If someone had a blood magic circle on them, he could actually think of numerous very horrible things to do. However, since they weren't likely to stand still while a circle was drawn on them, he'd have to go with effects that worked off of adjacency. Any sort of memory manipulation was not going to work. Without being there personally, at best he could make them forget a few minutes, at which point they would find themselves still next to his apartment, probably with the same plan to break in fresh in their mind. On the more violent end, it wouldn't be too hard to jostle the blood in their brain in such a way to cause anything from a concussion to death. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have the option to control that for each individual, unless he was present and watching. He didn't really want to kill anyone, or at least, he didn't want to kill anyone on accident. Before he could try something like that, he would need to be more familiar with creating exceptions and the sensitivity of what would set off the wards. He didn't want to kill random burglars, though he also didn't exactly wish them well. More importantly, he didn't want to hurt someone who comes to knock on the door legitimately, or in the case of an apartment instead of a condo, a landlord coming to check in. Actually, a landlord would be a problem because most people wouldn't be happy with blood magic runes carved into the structure of their building or even on something attached. Erkin wondered if he could get a supernatural landlord that he could explain things to. Nico's condo used more than just a couple type of wards. There were actually mental compulsions that affected a long distance, making it difficult to watch the apartment directly. With that and all the other pieces, Nico went through a lot of blood to power the wards, even when they didn't really get activated to prevent an intruder. Hopefully he got a bulk discount even if he made good money and had family money as well. Nico felt and smelled the people watching his condo. The only reason he hadn't dealt with them already was because while the Nervetti family didn't want to get into a war, neither did anyone else. That said, they had been around long enough and there were rules about involving normal people in supernatural business. The regular cops hadn't done anything about them because they'd hit a snag with some informants or something. Nico had waited long enough for them to dead-angle themselves, but it seemed he was just going to have to force the issue. The first man never knew what was coming. Nico walked quietly up behind him and reached out a hand, fingers coming to grasp the man's neck from behind, touching right on either carotid artery. The man jerked and then fell unconscious as blood flow stopped momentarily. Nico cuffed him and moved on. The second man suffered much the same fate, as Nico moved through the dark alleyways behind them, staying out of the light from the street lamps that he didn't need. The third man just barely heard him coming, turning around and firing blindly into the darkness. Nico flinched but twisted the man's arm behind his back, once again using blood magic to knock him unconscious. A single silver bullet probably wouldn't kill him, but it wasn't fun. A handful would mean real trouble. With a gun fired, cops would probably soon be on the way even if he didn't do anything, but Nico made a call himself, to make sure people he trusted would show up. That included Detective Simmons, who was turning into a very useful go-between for supernatural and natural police relations. Nico hurried to gather up the three, making sure their guns were on prominent display. He considered firing off some shots from the other guns, but he still had fingerprints and that would probably just make things more complicated. If Detective Simmons hurried, he would be able to decide what was best. Nico stood in the shadows, pouring out a bit of blood onto the ground to form a magic circle he hoped he wouldn't need. Once the men were properly arrested and got back to the station, he would have another job to do. Maybe the next night, since it was getting close to morning. Either way, it could wait. It wasn't like men died so easily in police custody. If 3 men really died, it would be grounds for a huge sweeping investigation of the department that would assuredly cause untold trouble for any corrupt cops. He could counter any supernatural involvement as well, or if there was something during the day there were others for that. Blood Chapter 39. During the next week there was a very expedited court process, in which the 3 men all testified that they were acting on the orders of Marconi and taking plea bargains to testify about Marconi's numerous crimes. None of it would be held up in magical court, because even though every word was true, they were obtained through magical duress. However, since the Nervetti family couldn't openly admit to co-opting Marconi and his men for their dirty work, there wasn't much that could be done. Marconi's lawyers had found themselves mysteriously unable to slow the process, forgetting certain documents they were trying to bring and even how to practice law entirely, at least for a few critical hours. That same week, 3 more of Marconi's men were caught trying to intimidate some of those involved with the case, and 2 vampires working for the Nervettis were caught in the area. Nico now owed about a half-dozen favors to various people, but he wasn't just going to sit around letting normal humans spy on his apartment. More importantly, he wanted the Nervetti family know that he wasn't going to sit by and let them do what they wanted. Birkin was woken from his sleep by his phone going off. He blindly reached over and picked it up. It was 12. Why the hell was Savina calling at noon? Hello? Birkin yawned as he sat up in his bed. Birkin! Savina yelled loudly from the other end of the phone, Miriam and Peter are in trouble. Birkin blinked. Sorry, what? I just got a threatening message with a picture of West High and they said not to tell anyone in. Okay, first, take a deep breath. Birkin followed his own advice. They said not to tell anyone, but you definitely should. Call the police or your Uncle Nico and also warn your friends. Also, I'm someone still. I know. If they say don't tell anyone, that's because they're insecure in getting what they want. Savina's voice hadn't lowered anyway. I already did that, but it's noon and neither Uncle Nico or I can go out and the police won't be there for like 10 or 20 minutes maybe, and you're just a few minutes away. Okay, right. Birkin nodded, forgetting they were on the phone. I'll go, though I'm not sure what I can do to help. Uncle Nico said you can use the good blood in his room. Please hurry. Right. I'm on my way. Birkin quickly changed into the first real clothes available. Before he finished, he got a series of texts from Nico confirming what Savina had said. Savina's friends might need your help at West High. If you go, stop by my room and take the blood from the second from the top shelf of the fridge. The top is my blood and thus kinda useless outside during the day. Be careful, someone will be watching. Just as Erkin was filling his arms with bottles of blood, he got one final text. Oh right, check my closet too. Top shelf has a silver knife you're legally allowed to carry. Birkin frowned. He'd seen a knife on Nico's dresser. He hadn't been in the room before, so maybe it was misplaced. Even so, he checked the top shelf in the closet. The top shelf only had a few smallish boxes on it. Birkin took them down and opened them up, finding a handgun and several clips of bullets, but no knife. Looking at one of the clips, a glint of silver stuck out of the tip of the copper jacket. Birkin stopped to think for a moment. The message could be taken to mean he was supposed to take the knife, but it could also mean he was supposed to take the gun, and it just wasn't legal. Birkin didn't really know how to shoot a gun, though he knew the basics. He took a minute to look over the gun, which wasn't currently loaded. Safety, trigger, and then probably something to eject the magazine. Birkin gingerly put in a magazine and tried that. Well, it seemed to work. He strapped the knife and gun onto his belt and put a few clips in his jacket. Maybe he was misinterpreting things and would get in trouble later, but now he needed to hurry. He'd met with Peter and Miriam again a couple times, and they were Savina's friends. Both Savina and Nico had helped out Birkin many times in the past few months, so he owed something to them. He just hoped he could actually help. Birkin staggered to the elevator with one bottle in each hand and another two cradled in his arms, then out to his car. He was lucky to find little traffic between Nico's condo and West High, which he circled past once, carefully. What he was looking at were not the people. He wasn't sure if he would recognize them as being dangerous, but their blood. Human, 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 human and werewolf pair, human, human, something else and a human. To Birkin, that meant there were probably two groups near the school, since there weren't that many supernatural people around, and they wouldn't just be standing about. Birkin pulled around to the back parking lot, where there was a closed gate with 1-inch bars behind which Peter was standing. "You're here." Peter unlocked the gate and helped take 2 of the bottles of blood, quickly locking the gate again. "That will hold them off for a little bit at least, but we haven't locked the front gates yet. As far as we know, they still think we're unaware, though the school's basically on lockdown. Only me and Miriam and a couple campus police are around." "You spotted them?" Birkin asked. "I saw 2 suspicious pairs." Peter nodded. "That sounds right, Miriam is watching them now." As they walked between the classrooms, they came out into a courtyard with a few benches and a tree. "There she is." Miriam was just standing next to a tree, her hand touching it. Birkin looked over at Peter. "She's watching them. How?" "Dryad stuff, obviously. She can sort of see through any plants nearby." "Well, great. That's good." Birkin took a deep breath. "I guess I'll get started setting up some stuff. Maybe I can place a few magic circles at choke points or something." "Yeah. Hey, do you know how to shoot a gun?" Peter shook his head. "Not at all." "Those silver bullets in there?" He looked at Birkin. Yeah. I couldn't even touch the magazine safely then. Werewolves are extra sensitive to silver stuff." "I assume you mean you can't shoot?" Birkin shook his head. "Not very practical for killing microbes." "Right. Leave it for Miriam then." "That's right." Miriam nodded, though she wasn't looking at either of them. "I can shoot. I don't have a license, but..." Birkin shrugged. "Me neither." "Be careful." He handed over the jacket that had the clips in it, then followed Peter towards the rest of the school. He had no idea what he was doing, but it had to be something. Hundreds of magic runes swirled through his head as he tried to make enough sense of them to even make the most basic arrangement. Blood Chapter 40. Birkin looked out the gate, not seeing anyone immediately nearby. He took a step back, trying to decide where to draw the first magic circle. On the archway up above? That would make it harder to spot, but the blood would run more easily and could drip down. The floor was easy to spot, but would remain relatively intact. The walls were the worst of both options. Even if he could pick where to place the circle, what would he do? He could try to knock people out by jolting their blood, or if he used extra blood he could have it fire blood spikes, but if he wasn't there to aim the second one it wouldn't be that useful. This wasn't the only location to defend. He stood, unable to make a decision, until the fog rolled over the school. "Oh crap. What?" Peter asked, looking around. What's this fog? Birkin looked out of the gate, his eyes staring at nothing in particular. It's a mental barrier. Plus something else. Confusion, compulsion. Birkin looked over at Peter. How are you at resisting magic? A bit better than normal people, much better if it's a physical attack of some sort. It's definitely just mental. It's not just to keep people out though. What about Miriam? She's a plant. Birkin blinked. I don't know if that helps or not. She thinks, right? Peter shrugged. Sure, but not the same way as either of us. Unless it's specifically aimed at dirads or something, it won't do much. Birkin nodded. Okay. Right. He took a deep breath. I guess they're going to be coming soon. Birkin looked at the gate, then shook his head. He ran back around the corner. Too easy to see it there. How do I? Ugh, spikes it is. Birkin began pouring blood directly from the container onto the ground. He had no time for precision and fancy brushwork, instead nudging the blood around with his control over it. The blood was strangely thick, and preferred to stick to itself instead of the ground. That was good, because it meant the magic circle formed relatively easily. He put a splash here, a splash there, covering a circle about a yard wide with little runes. Peter watched as he worked, standing nearby with 2 of the bottles of blood. When Birkin was about halfway done, Peter noticed someone. Who is it? Oh, Steve. What are you doing here? Birkin was so focused on constructing the magic circle he didn't even register anything until the gunshots rang out, one after another. Then he turned to see Peter standing over him. Peter dropped the 2 bottles of blood and spun around, leaping towards another man who had a gun drawn. The man had the outfit of school security, but that was all Birkin could see before he was tackled to the ground. After that, the only thing he could see was Peter's back, and all of the blood leaking out of the dozen bullet holes in it. Birkin saw the security's limbs flailing about, hitting at Peter, but Peter didn't move, staying stone still, until the movement stopped. During that time, Birkin saw bullets pushing their way out of Peter's back, and the wounds closing up. There was still blood all over his back, but he wasn't bleeding anymore. Peter flipped over the man on the ground, dragging his arms behind him and snapping a cuff on one wrist. He looked over at Birkin. I think he was controlled by that magic. I knocked him out, and the cuff should prevent him from further trouble. Peter pocketed the key, then dragged the guard over to attach the second cuff to a nearby pipe. Wow. Birkin blinked. Are you just completely invincible against bullets? I spent 2 weeks in the hospital when I got shot. Peter shrugged. I could still bleed to death, with enough shots. It heals up quickly though, so it's not too bad. Speaking of which, Birkin shook his head. I wouldn't ask, but this is an emergency. Can I use your blood? Peter frowned. Well. Birkin waved his hands in panic. I don't mean like, cutting you open. Just the blood already on your back. Oh. Sure, I can't use it anymore. Great. Birkin walked over to Peter, touching his back. Everywhere he moved his hand, he gathered up the blood, pulling it away from skin and clothing. He was left with a floating ball of blood not large, probably no more than an ounce total, but it was fresh and at least as potent as human blood. Because of its freshness, it might have been even more powerful than the strange blood that Nico had let him take. Birkin looked down at his half-finished magic circle and frowned. It was fine. Nothing was wrong with it, but there were at least 2 werewolves coming. Even if he filled them with spikes of blood and therefore holes, those wounds would close right up. Birkin moved his finger down to the blood, dragging along bits and pieces as he rearranged some of the runes. He just hoped he remembered how to do the few elements he wanted to add. He muttered under his breath. There were more gunshots, and Peter swiveled his head. Damn. Miriam. Take care of yourself, okay, Birkin? Watch out for the other 2 security guards. Birkin nodded. Okay. I'll catch up in a minute. Birkin was fully focused on the magic circle. He didn't want to waste the last few weeks of work by failing to do something the only time it really mattered. He finally finished the whole thing with the glob of Peter's blood as the key point. He needed to warn Peter to not get anywhere near the circle. Then he heard the sound of something shaking the gate just around the corner. He considered poking his head around, but decided against it. He just needed to leave. Sensing for blood, he could tell there was one human and one werewolf. He could stay to control the circle, but if he'd done it right it would work well enough without him, and once it was used, he would just be alone standing there. He'd seen the werewolves were working with at least one other person, and if those persons had guns, he could very well die. Birkin grabbed the remaining 3 bottles of blood and walked as quickly as he could towards the courtyard where Peter and Miriam theoretically were. He didn't know where the other entrances were to start setting up more defenses, and even if he found them, they might already have people there.